We are pleased to welcome you. This is Last Call. We shall start in approximately 1 minute. Please take your seats and remember to switch your electronic devices into silent mode. Please note that the event is being recorded. We wish you fruitful work.
Добрый день. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Я слева, справа, ничего. Допустим? Правильно.
Перед нами Земля, где бережно сохраненные традиции встречаются с новыми технологиями.
This is the land where carefully protected traditions are meeting new technologies.
Grozny, столица Чеченской Республики.
Grozny, the capital of Chechen Republic, one of the most dynamically developing cities of the North Caucasus. A whole contest dedicated for the development of the best strategy for the development of Grozny for 20-30 years. We want to be modern, smart, open city, attractive for entrepreneurs and investors, small and medium enterprises, traditional sectors of industry, as well as new sectors. The decision on conducting the international competition for the development of the master plan for the city of Grozny was a new step in the development of the city and the Republic. After challenging times in its development, Grozny is ready to offer new vision for the future. Partners are the MRF, the government of Czech Republic, and Mayor's office of Grozny. We ourselves, the leadership of the Republic and the city, all participants are expecting that the master plan will be the true document to be implemented, bringing the joy For the residents, the projects implemented by the MRF, rental housing, private land plots, our experience for the development of urban environment can be used during the work to the master plan and will become a key document for spatial and socioeconomic development in Grozny, defining vectors for the development in decades to come. A similar degree of destruction of territories Grozny had some 20 years ago when the United Nations Commission recognized it to be the most destroyed city on Earth after World War II, and we are seeing that now after 20 years old, city is regraded, developing at all levels of authority, be it federal down to municipal. The professional development mechanisms are in place. Grozny today is not just a gateway into the Chechen Republic and the capital thereof, it's also an important socioeconomic center of the North Caucasus, as well as an important geostrategic point in the southern Russia, defining relationships of Russia with Asia and Africa, an important linking point in dialogue in international partnership with the Arab world. In February 2023, Grozny held a strategic session. The objective thereof was identifying the priorities for the development of the city, the formulation of the principal tasks of the master plan. As part of the strategic session, 3 events have taken place, the key of which was a foresight session dedicated to shaping the commission's future for Grozny. The foresight session had one of the moderators stating that, look, we are in 2023 and we need to be close to 2035. 12 hours of intensive work in 3 groups. The outcomes of foresight session will produce a summary that will go into the study, which itself will go into terms of reference for the future finalists of the contest. Their vision for the renewal of the city was demonstrated by students of regional universities. All the materials collected at various stages were included into 400-page study prepared by Center agency, which formulates main tasks that contestants can rely on. The jury has received 16 contest applications for the development of Grozny Master Plan. The jury was having quite a task to decide among the qualified participants from all over the world, but we did the choice, having seen that the finalists are hearing the residents and are working for the benefit of the residents of the region. The finalists were the ones that have merged the time-tested solutions for other cities as well as fresh ones for Grozny. To say that I'm stunned is to say nothing at all, because I'm seeing this city with great heritage and history. It's an honor to be representing Germany in the place where I'm seeing hospitality develop, harmony between society and the environment. I believe that through characteristics of Grozny, you would be able to demonstrate its peculiarities. The whole composition was very well designed, wonderful ideas and organization, interesting pool of participants, covering questions of sustainable development and climate. It's important for this city that is already using novel technologies, solar and geothermal energy.
Финалистами конкурса стали
The finalists of the contest were representatives of the 3 consortia. Grozny today is a place for work, whilst the place for living is outside of Grozny, and it's important that we assure linkages between these 2 territories by means of creating new centers of attraction, functional centers. There is potential of these sites that we have seen and that we are seeing now is great. It's not even so much about developing them to a greater level, it's about talking to people how wonderful it is here. nature, it's a very pure city. The fact that there are no industries here is an advantage. At the same time, it's giving a great potential for tourism development. From our point of view, Grozny is not just gateway of Russia into Islamic world, but importantly, center for Islamic culture in Russia. I believe that through the peculiarities of Grozny, you'll be able to demonstrate its uniqueness.
Современный Грозный открыт миру.
Modern Grozny is open to the world. Each its resident will be able to see how the city will be developing, looking into the future with confidence. Open international competition for the development of the master plan for the Grozny city, Chechen Republic.
Слово для приветствия предоставляется председателю
The
жюри.
welcoming address is given to the chairman of the jury, mayor of Grozny, Mr. Hasmagomed Shahmamedovich Kadyrov.
Уважаемый Денис Сергеевич, дорогие коллеги,
Good afternoon, dear Denis Sergeyevich, Mr. Filippov, dear colleagues. I'm happy to be welcoming you at the final hearing for the Open International Competition for the Development of a Master Plan for Grozny City, Chechen Republic. Thank you very much for visiting the Republic ahead of the anniversary of the city. Half a year ago, we have given a launch to this competition. All the finalists have dived deeply into the history of the city, developed projects for its development. Experts have done quality consultations important for the development of new urban environment. We are grateful to Dom.RF and Center Agency and all partners. Today we have come to the finals of the competition and we will be able to move next to the master plan implementation, creating creative city, which is convenient for living, studying, working, growing children, with all the necessary conditions for entrepreneurship, improving investments, increasing the well-being of people. We are completing one more stage of development of modern Grozny and moving to the next. The well-being of all Chechen people is the greatest value for our national leader, the head of Chechen Republic, the hero of Russia, Ramzan Kadyrov. He is truly following the prescriptions of the hero of Russia, the Ahmad Haji Kadyrov, and making everything possible for making Grozny a very comfortable city for living, pushing fruitful work to all of you. The floor is given to Mr. Denis Filippov, Deputy Director General of Dom.RF Joint Stock Company, Chief Partner of the contest. Thank you very much, dear Hasmagomed, dear colleagues, members of the jury, those taking part in the event. It's a great pleasure that today we are present at an important event, just like Hasmagomed has said half a year
Recording
ago,
in progress.
on the initiative of Ramzan Kadyrov, on the instructions of the government of the Russian Federation, Ministry of Construction of the Russian Federation. We, as the development institution, Dom.RF Joint Stock Company, started together working on the development of the master plan for Grozny agglomeration. We have worked quite actively throughout these whole 6 months. We had to select the finalists. Let me remind you that 24 countries were taking part, over 100 various applying participants. We have chosen the 3 finalists. Today we will take a look at the outcomes of their work, and I hope that tomorrow we would have the best selected, announce it. That work would not be very simple because it's important to be choosing from the best consortia consisting of various teams. That choice will have to be made, however difficult that would be, and announce tomorrow an important work. the finalist would have to continue working on improving the master plan, because what we would announce tomorrow is not a final stage. Until the end of the year, we would continue working at this work altogether. What I would like to note is that all of us are seeing the quality of the works and that provided to us, and that is the outcome of a direct interest, your personal participation, dear Hasmegamet, your colleagues, whole of the team, and we were looking at these projects at every stage of their work, and the outcome that we are seeing today are directly related to your personal interest, your participation, and I'm confident that your participation in the future would also allow us to implement the project which we will choose as the winner. For us, the important thing is not to choose the winner and put the master plan on the shelf. Our job is to assure that an important work is implemented to materialize those projects. And I'm confident that it happened because the dynamics of the transformation of the Republic is a witness there too, that you are interested not just in building new structures and buildings, but in creating better quality living environment, new level of comfort for the citizens of the Republic to be very proud. Wish success once again. It's an important, responsible work. We should, of course, make sure that our leadership is proud. The minister, the head of the republic, the head of the government that instructed, I believe, we would make a proper choice. We would be all together, and tomorrow, in a solemn ceremony, in presence of our leadership, we'll be able to see the winners of this wonderful project. Thank you very much. Wishing success. Dear colleagues, before we start, we should take a look at the agenda. And as part thereof, our work will be organized in the following manner. Each team has 1 hour dedicated to them, up to 5 minutes is given to video that is prepared by the team. 35 more minutes is a presentation defending it, and then 20 minutes for Q&A. After each team, we will have a 10-minute break, and after the third team, we would talk, we would discuss and vote, but we would keep the outcomes until tomorrow. And to keep the outcomes secret, we have prepared an informed consent form for you, dear participants. We kindly request you to fill it, your name, surname, patronymic, and signature. That's an important document that we assure that the information would not leave these walls today until formal announcement tomorrow. Thus, please spend a few minutes to fill in the informed consent form. After that, the organizers will collect it from you. Also, on your tables, you see a bulletin which needs to be signed, name, surname, patronymic, and signature. In here, we are demonstrating you an enlarged system of indicators. We would present it in more detail somewhat later, and it's based on this bulletin that we would be drawing conclusions at the end of the hearing. Please note, on your tables, you have both pens and pencils. Traditionally, we recommend to use pencil first, preliminary points, notes, etc., because in the process of listening to presentations and discussions within our interdisciplinary group, your opinion might be changing. Once you have decided, finally, you can pen it down. We have prepared some documents on an overview for the conditions of the contest, and it's important to see, and you see the agenda, and you see the last part of the timeline, the time for final improvements would be over on the 11th of December, but we do have an opportunity to be, and we can be using this time frame from October through December We are at the final point after which the work will be continued only by one consortium, one team. Now, let me remind that together with initiators, the mayor, city of Grozny and government Czech Republic, other partners, not only Domorev, but also the Ministry of Construction of the Russian Federation, respective Ecological Construction Council, as well as the Union of Architects, Sheikh Zayed Foundation, etc. They have been providing methodological support to us at all stages. Respective members are part of the jury. The objective of the contest is to develop the master plan of the city of Grozny, the original objective. But at the intermediate session, we have decided to include the interconnection between Grozny and Argun as part of the contest. Thus, each of the teams has received additional task, and they were working on it. And we have requested each of the team to demonstrate how they are offering to develop respective economics, spatial, and other elements. Participants could be teams from all over the world, and we ended up having 3 international consortia. We are at the final stage. All the teams have prepared their contest proposals, and here you are having respective posters, 10 for each group, where they have demonstrated the key information. At the presidium table, 2 copies of albums from each of the team is present. We are having additional explanatory notes, additional materials we can access in the break or during discussion if necessary, but whole of the material will be also demonstrated on screens for your convenience.
The prize fund is 20 million rubles, and we pay attention here that we not only choose the winner, but we also have second and third winner. And depending on that, it will depend how much money they get. Anyway, each one of the teams has already won because they participated. So we also have international jury, experts federal level, experts on each of the tracks represented in technical assignment of the contest. And we have a number of issues we have raised before the participants who applied. We also have created an expert council, and today's meeting was preceded by the expert council meeting yesterday, which rated the teams and prepared their own recommendations towards the jury. And here you can see the final cast of the each one of our teams. Some new participants joined the consortiums. We also have a few international partners who represent a few countries and cities abroad. And you can also follow our project if you open up the website masterplan-grozny.ru. There is a mobile version as well, and our website informs you regarding everything happening during the project. And after that, we will have the published materials which are going to be introduced as a result of our today's work. To move to the bulletin and our methodology, I would like to give the floor to Polina Neustroeva to let us all know exactly what particular task we have and what we assess looking at our participants today. Dear colleagues, I would like to remind you about our technical assignments, defining the priorities, social, economic, and spatial development, which would provide implementation of the mission and getting the image of the future, complex development of the city area of Grozny, concept of spatial development of the city district of the Grozny city for the period of until 2035, proposals on technological and social economic prerequisites for forming high-tech environment, financial economic justification regarding the plots. There are 6 plots offered in collaboration with the city management, and other plots have been chosen by the participants on their own. In our block of criteria for assessment, we have a few strings here. First block, you assess the balanced scenario of the complex development, economic and spatial solutions correlated with each other. A second large block is the efficiency of proposals on functional and planning organization of the city. The diapason here from 0 to 15 points. 0 is formal offer. Average grade is like the proposal which is correlating with the territory possibilities, and 15 is the maximum positive and effective proposal. And everything else is related to architectural solutions, because we have asked our competitors to use contemporary trends and created concept which would have it together, combined with national traditions of the Chechen Republic. After that, we assess the mechanisms providing the development of urban economy and financial stability of the Grozny city area from 0 to 15 again. After that, we have architectural and city development conceptual solutions related to prioritized territories plots number 1 through 6. 0 to 18 points. Each one of these plots is assessed between 0 to 3. 0 is a formal proposal, 1 is the proposal correlating with the territory, second technical and economic foundation, and 3 is a complete offer considering everything. Additional block we have for territories that were chosen by the competitors proper, and total score will be from 0 to 76. And main bulletin page reflects the criteria of the assessment, and the voting is going on the other side of your bulletin. I would pay your attention that our meeting is conducted in hybrid format. A few members of the jury are online. Aisha bin Bishar, in particular, she is with us, and you please be ready to comment and participate in voting. Thank you. And we are also broadcasting our meeting today, and please make sure you consider this. All of the part which is related to our main content and Q&A, everything is broadcasted in Russian and English languages as working languages of our competition. You can comment and you can use this possibility, and after that we will have consulting, discussion, and voting, and our spectators will be able to see the results introduced later. Are there any questions on the procedure and assessment approach? Please, you can ask if you have.
Если ни у кого нет вопросов, мы готовы
If there are no questions, we are ready to proceed
предложение первой
to
команды.
competition proposal of the first team. The first team is International Consortium under the leadership of Artemy Lebedev Studio. Unfortunately, there is no sound in the booth. I hope this will be checked and addressed as soon as possible. Grozny is a source of power, the diamond of the Caucasus, the pearl of Islam. 20 years, Grozny has come an incredible way, transforming from the most destroyed to one of the most prosperous cities in Russia. The master plan developed by the consortium led by Artemy Lebedev Studio will help Grozny continue its rapid development and respond to new social, economic and geopolitical challenges. Master plan activities contribute to 1.5 times increase in the city population. The gross urban product will be more than tripled, almost double the size of the housing stock. The tourist flow will double. The volume of export of agricultural complex products will grow by an order of magnitude, and we expect employed university graduates will reach the number 85%. The strategy is based on an understanding that the city's mission of the global, federal, regional and national levels. In 15 years, Grozny will be one of the new centers of the Islamic world, a bridge to the Middle East, a place of strength in Caucasus, and a driver of development of an agglomeration as a whole. Grozny is a portal to the future of Eurasia. The scenario of integrated city development sets 4 main goals: diversification of the economy, transformation of the labor market, development of human capital, and formation of a new urban image. Diversification of the economy is achieved by creating a cluster of information technologies and creative industries, development of the industrial sector, creation of a network of urban farms, implementation of large-scale construction projects. The labor market is being transformed by increasing the share of the population with specialized education. For this purpose, new schools and children's and science and education centers are being built. The development of human capital is facilitated by the construction of new residential developments with all the necessary social infrastructure and the establishment of new centers of social lives. An international business district is being built next to the new government complex. Tourist infrastructure is being developed. Hotels and tourist information center are being built as well. New public transportation routes are emerging. The image of a modern city with a rich heritage is reflected in the identity. Traditional Vaynakh and Islamic symbols form the first letter of the city's name. The identity forms the basis of the city's design code and is reflected in architecture and landscaping.
This identity serves as the foundation for the city's design code, influencing architecture and landscaping. To allocate functions effectively,
the city is divided into 7 planning plots for efficient distribution. Each neighborhood is designed to enhance agglomeration linkages. The transport framework, complemented by the inner ring describing the city center, and it extends the railroad to Nazran, providing direct communication with Vladikavkaz and other major cities. We have green framework, which ensure 10 new natural areas. The social-cultural framework
will lay the
is key.
foundation for a new
The
city
implementation
economy,
of the strategy
provide
will
housing
lay
for a
the
growing
foundation
population,
for new
create
economy
new
of the
jobs,
city,
and
provide
foster the
housing
development of
for the
Grozny's
growing
most valuable
population,
asset,
create new
its
jobs
human
and
capital.
conditions for the development of the main capital of the Republic, human capital.
Добрый день, уважаемое жюри и организаторы
Hello,
конкурса.
esteemed
Благодарю вас за
jury and competition organizers. We are glad that this moment is already here. Everyone knows that a lot of work have been done, but now we would like to talk mostly not regarding details, but show the major important things. First of all, we ask why our design studio leads the consortium. And what is our peculiarity? We are so different. During this period of time we have been working together, we really found out that we are different, and we design cities, we are working on transportation, electric transport, we are universities of Grozny, and we altogether are Grozny proper. And our main task of our design team is to unite this complicated, segmented structure in one big and comprehensive project. As we already mentioned, we are planning everything on the basis of the master plan. We have analyzed the rapid development of the city, and found out how to address new challenges, social, economic, and geopolitical. And we sincerely believe that this unity will let us reach specific and high results in the development of the city and the region, to let the population grow about 1.5 folds. We are looking at improvement in gross regional products level. We are aiming to improve and enlarge the volumes of export. And of course, employment is one of our key factors we are trying to reach. And what we actually have in mind is to ensure that Grozny will be one of the largest and most important centers for the Islamic world. It will be the bridge to the Middle East. It is the place of power. And Grozny is a portal to Eurasia. That's what we say. What are economic achievements are we talking about? Now we can see that Russian government and leadership are looking at certain trends, and they are issuing decrees related to digitalization of today's modern cities. We see that all this process of the digitalization of municipal areas is to be formed on the basis of Russian software. And meeting these challenges, we first of all propose to create a city situation center, IT cluster, and creative industry cluster, which will be able to be sort of a hive for further development and thriving of Grozny city. I would like to invite Vasily from Alina GSS. Thank you, dear colleagues. First of all, we are planning to create a large digital twin
Recording stopped.
for the city, and it will take certain efforts. We are already successful in this type of work.
And they are demonstrating it on the slide, allows creation of situational center and using those to be addressing various solutions globally at different level, modeling and optimization use, such layers as roads, as water supply, addressing various social, sociocultural sets of needs and others. It's the advanced experience that allows us to be confidently stating that having such an engine within the project is a root advantage, on top of the important work done on the architectural side. And the development of such a platform in the city of Grozny, training students, creating such a product, and then scaling it to other territories would allow generation of additional profits, justify costs, provide different documentation necessary, considering millions of possible options for finding an optimal solution. Great amount of tasks is being addressed at this platform related to various technological cycles, scientific aspects, various risks, and now also cities and scientific territories. This is a decision that was made, and we have demonstrated how this is going to be done to Mr. Manturov and other ministers. As part of the same development, we are designing various UAVs, various systems, production of whatever there is in our country, beginning from metallurgy to all sorts of various technological chains. In this sense, the use of this platform is an engine as part of the project, and the digital twins would allow us to respond to whatever questions assuring the development. Indeed, the question of implementation is one of the priority ones today, and affecting or programming the development of the economy of Grozny, we are making this dimension a priority. Well, despite all the instructions of the government, we do not have a full set complex test ground of smart city, and thus our proposal is to turn this city into a fully fledged one like that, that would allow us not only to appropriately manage the development, but also scale it to other regions of Russia, to build bridges to Middle East and Asia, start exporting technologies of smart city, because these regions are especially sympathetic to such technologies. And we very well understand that by opening up campuses and widening this platform, Grozny gets a special position that contributes to technological sovereignty. That way, responding to this very first question about the development of this sector of economy, we can move to the development of traditional sectors of the economy, establishing the relationships between districts of the Republic. The base principle of the master plan is the development of the city of Grozny and the Grozny agglomeration. And from the economic point of view, we are seeing the priority in the development of territorial economic clusters. And in here, the roles between Grozny and other cities is being organized in a way that complementary functions are moved to Grozny. High tech kept in Grozny, 6 clusters, some of them traditional ones. For the Republican for Grozny, that's foodstuffs and, of course, construction due to the need of the construction housing development. And other clusters are machine building, and electronics, pharmaceuticals, and biomedicine, tourism, recreation, as well as digital technologies. Last four on the right are directed at assuring high-tech, highly productive jobs. The city itself, from the point of view of economics, we propose to be developing in part of as 7 districts. One is the central and 6 others. The task of such an approach is to add missing functions so that there would be all the necessary functions available so that we wouldn't have to route traffic through the downtown. The base task of a Grozny agglomeration is to take both the Republic and the city to a global level. We all know that if a city does not have 1 million people, it's not notable on the map. We believe that in the coming 10 years, the city by itself cannot reach this figure, so the base approach is developing transportation within the agglomeration. We are seeing well that the agglomeration is actively interacting, like setting like a pulsing heart, and we need to separate those functions so that Grozny is not pulling everything into itself. A special role in shaping of such a global cluster system and transforming the economy of the region into the regional level one large structured cluster. Special role in this is given to Argun, the first city near Grozny, where this approach would start being implemented. Thus, from the point of view of economics and social potential, as well as setting up proper transportation connectivity, its potential is very important, and this is underlined in our master plan. At the same time, we understand that the new era into which we are moving from the market economy to intellectual economy, design and packaging any economic product is very important. Today, city brand should and can become such a package. The city of Grozny, which is based on heritage and underlines the identity of the place, first and foremost interacting with the residents of the Republic, with true Chechens, that way reflecting the cultural code of the nation and the Republic itself. Secondly, this brand should be flexible and segmentable. It should be working with various audiences, men and women and children. It should be universal, it should be unique, it should be working, reflecting in all segments of our life, be it urban environment as well as other areas. I would like to give the floor to Alex Tokalov, the developer and the author of the logo, to present the principles it's built on. Built quite simply, we are having an image of a tower in the middle, as well as a recognizable image of an Islamic arch. Together, they are being connected into a laconic G in English, as well as the Cyrillic G. That way, it's the very same sign, and it works quite well even in volume. We can create various objects, arches, and they would be seen and understood well. Otherwise, it's simple, laconic, as well as has some motifs relate that are bridging mentally to heritage. Well, the identity of the place is reflected at all other elements of identity, be it navigation, be it transportation, be it state public institutions, and we are seeing respective cultural transformations and unification. We are very happy that for 2024, Grozny is announced to be the cultural capital of Russia, and great many cultural events will be taking place here. Thus, creative cluster, which starts its living beginning now, is playing an important role. Great number of cultural initiatives is being launched: producer center, cinema studio, creative industries, vocational school, which is obviously complemented by festivals and forums, Cox's Creative Week in Grozny, as well as the festivals of Islamic fashion, a program covering 365 days a year. By shaping cultural program, it's important, it's reasonable that on the next step, we are moving to a socio-cultural structure. I'm inviting Rakim to take the mic. One of the base challenges of the city is related to the fact that it's a magic surprising city for the Russian Federation with a growing population, obviously excluding megapolises. But the ability to work with this population is obviously a managerial story. We are seeing a deficit when the social infrastructure is not catching up with the needs, the numbers in the city. We are seeing various dimensions, for example, 16,000 places in kindergartens and so on. Thus, the task of the master plan is not just addressing the mandatory infrastructure. The second task is that the city is the city of youth and children, and it's important that we shape the full cycle of additional infrastructure that allows us to open up to realize the potential of youth and prevent the outflow that we are seeing. It's important that respective city infrastructure would be present at all levels and would be complemented by various educational structures. Because on top of the universities and techno parks, it's important to have special infrastructure where startups could could show themselves, open up their potential. Thus, we are promoting the development beat of Technopark that allows to test such projects as sports cluster, because there is a deficit, as well as a full spectrum of social infrastructure that would be assuring the development of individual potential, including children and youth. Thank you. Looking at the way the strategy for the development of various platforms for the city, be the economy, sociocultural belt, cultural belt, it's probably important for us to show how they start integrating, how the urban fabric starts developing. I guess transportation framework is the best to illustrate it. We understand there are key elements such as airports, such as renovated railway station, obviously a recreating of the railway link to Vladikavkaz is included to assure uninterrupted rail connectivity. But I guess the most important component is the intra-city public transportation network, where it's important also to include the standard solution of dual rings, the inner city ring as well as external ring road. We start having new routes, we start having important new hubs, and transformation of the principal one, which is at the Berkat market, will be covered a little later. Talking about the public transportation, we have used various solutions using also Alina GPSS for calculation of metadata, and we have proposed focusing on bus transportation within the city. At the connectivity Grozny to Aragun, we propose to use the very best practice of electrobuses. We have also calculated the economic efficiency thereof, and we propose the city to create a fleet 100 and more electric buses that has a very good economic justification, whilst outside of Grozny agglomeration Argun, at longer distances, we are proposing to use both diesel or natural gas-based buses. Electric buses, at the same time, are in line with the trends of modernity, not just the technological technological solution, but it's also a solution that continues developing the aspect of care for the environment, just like any other electric transport. In this sense, it's important that taking care of nature is important, that we preserve and develop it. It was great that the city was actually working on this for last 15 years, and it's important that this trend, this dimension would be kept, and even using the greenery at the lane separators isn't important, even if it might seem tiny. It's important to speak also about the environmental, the so-called green framework of the city. Uninterrupted nature thereof assures the development about 10 of natural park zones, and the KPIs we are offering is 1 million trees to assure and underline the development of the city, as well as special attention is given to Sunja River, the main water body of the city, which should be supported and developed. Talking about the development of tourism, on one side, of course, there is a traditional approach, and we are seeing a great potential for Grozny's development here, all thanks to climatic, natural possibilities. The potential is quite large. And of course, the traditional tourism, creation of new hotels, we are seeing about 50% for the replenishment, and this master plan is increasing it until 75, and of course, growing the hotel numbers. And it's important that today, when in Russia and globally around the world, the tourism trend is developing actively, it's important for us to take a look at this experience. And that way we see also that with the development of tourism, anthropogenic load on the city is growing very much. And our master plan is offering plan B to the traditional one, that's shaping a new picture of the tourist, a tourist that is coming not for 2, 4, 5 days, but a tourist that is coming for 2, 3 months, a tourist that is coming to spend half a year here. We can ask, what type of a tourist is that? Is that possible? And yes, we do stress the MICE, educational tourism campuses, that is being planned by our master plan as a business environment. The rates of economic development that we are planning are identifying the whole pool of tourists and residents coming to Grozny for long periods, that are coming here to study, to create new projects, to start up new companies, to create new small, medium-sized businesses that would be businesses of Grozny and start positively influencing the tax contributions into the budget. Well, a number of steps is supporting tourist development, the city brand, creation of the digital core that is very well correlated and integrated into the city situational center for accounting all the tourist traffic, etc. Third step is tourist infrastructure, and fourth is event programming. Obviously, the tourists in place should be supported by tourist infrastructure that improves the main transportation means. Plus, we are proposing the use of water transportation, be it at Grozny Sea as well as at Kazinoy Lake, where such a transportation solutions are not maybe a must, but a jewel, improving the attractiveness of those territories. And when this is territorial development is being presented, it's time that I pass the mic to Alexander to speak about demographics. Hello, dear colleagues, it's important that we think about people, understand figures, understand trajectories. And I would like to state that this is not the very first time that we are making such a presentation. And we, of course, understand and see, lucky to be working in many places around Russia, and we see that no single city around the country is in identical situation as Grozny. The main challenge that city authorities are having is population. The general trend is diminishing population in the cities, and in here the growing trend is an advantage of Grozny. At the same time, it's also a challenge, because we cannot say that we are seeing terrible but quite large figures of migratory outflows. Official figures demonstrate that the outflows 3,000 people per year from the city, 5,000 from the republic, but officially it's higher. We understand that there is a very great potential in Grozny, but we are taking ambitious path to become a 500,000 city and 1.5 million agglomeration. And few can boast that. It's important to understand that by 2035, the share of active population would increase by 10%. And if we do not assure the implementation of all the measures that we are including in the master plan, we would be risking unemployment and other challenges. And the most important things that we have implemented, we are demonstrating in this master plan when we were looking at demographics trajectories. Of course, we were synchronizing our demographic forecast and population structure with parameters of housing development, cityscape development, etc., because there are few examples in Russian urban development when there is a calculation of the base demographic forecast. And Vitaly Gudko, for quite a long period of time, keeps on raising the question that we should have a very different structure of apartments and the environmental conditions that are affecting the numbers of population. Thus, it's important that we make city comfortable and keep the demographic trends. And key priorities of our master plan is not just static development of territory, but the development of new architectural doctrine that Oleg, the chief architect and the art director of the project, would present on.
I will give you a few examples about the particular plots. Plot number 1, the extension of Putin Avenue. To implement the plan on expanding the population and growth of population, now we are aiming to 1,075,000 square meters. It has been already approved. And first of all, we are looking at this panoramic area along the avenue. And the living residential area is planned in such a way that it would be comfortable for living. Then we have a little shift in road shape to avoid heavy traffic. On the left, you can see partially the already existing buildings. And as you can see on the left below part of this picture, it won't sound pleasantly, but in our project it will actually implies that this is not a good approach because in such a setup, it will not be possible to have commercial organizations in the first floor level. But when there is a possibility to review a project along the main part of the avenue to make it more different, diverse, that would be nice. Plot number 2, we are putting together a few concepts like embankment, center of Islamic fashion, recognized Berkat market, improving the parkings and park zones. We know about the flower park. It is beautiful when you look at it from the 30th floor, but it is not convenient for walking, for example. Yes, it is recognizable and people like it. So we actually propose to have sort of tents. All right, Berkat market. It is a very interesting point of attraction for tourists. We are calling Grozny as a portal to the Middle East, and we heard such a thought that people ask, do you need visas to go to Grozny? Some people, some Russian people do not really realize that Chechnya is is a part of the Russian territory. So we are looking at such plot as complex, the new attraction point with the mosque in the middle. The project should be more detailed, but the main square, we have an opportunity for people to get together, to have these shelters and or tents or arches. They are thematically different, but the national code offered by our designers would be implemented here, not only in this particular object, but also downtown as a whole. All of it should be in one unified style. Plot number 3 is very well suited for complex development. We are planning 7 hotels, also schools and kindergartens. This is a territory implying creation of Vaynakh Culture Center, Center of Islamic Culture, production facility area, and Park of Modern Art. Center of Islamic Culture is located right beside the Park of Contemporary Art. It can be traditional religion center. Another point we have here is a historical institute. We reconstruct this territory to sort of blur the traces of some destruction previously made. Here we have this building with a situation center on the top, which will be responsible for management of the digital technologies across the city. This is a new type of modern housing, residential housing. We have light arches like here, and a big family can live in this sort of building. Over the arch you can they unite the area together. Here, plot number 4, this is unification. We put together city approach and suburbs approach. Territory number 6, airport and living facilities for foreign tourists who would feel comfortable living here, conducting international events, business quarter, living facilities. Territory number 5, Grozny Sea. We rearranged the embankment. We have 4 hotels and glamping, horse riding territory. We have remarkable small architectural objects which actually refer to Vaynakh stylistics and so on. Territory number 7 is Techno Park, Patriotic Park, Military Academy, Center, Sirius affiliation. Territory number 8, sports activity area. Territories 9 and 10, First of all, territory number 9 is the center of quality and safety of food products, packaging, production, and territory number 10 is dedicated to extreme park, industrial sector, and so on and so forth. So this is our roadmap as it looks like. And to conclude our presentation, I would like to draw attention to financing. It's a complicated situation which we observe regarding the budget. It seemed to us that we distributed our project across the time schedule, but we realize that it will take about 500 billion rubles, and only about 120 billion of this amount will be provided by the federal government. All the rest of the money we have to raise from private investors. And so we are looking at different ways how we can handle this and really ensure the development of the territory of Grozny city. Thank you so much. So this is our comprehensive solution on the basis of a master plan, and we have to become by 2035 to make Grozny a new portal of Russia to Middle East and into the future of Eurasia. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now let us move on to question and answer session. Evgeny Marinets will open our discussion. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your presentation. Probably two questions. First is related to the structure of investments. 500 billion rubles, yes, it's a huge figure. What part of these investments are already envisaged in the budget that will be actually taken in the near future? Part of these steps are already taken into consideration, but some of these, 120 billion, it's the budget funding. So this is additionally to all those programs that the city has already have in place. How did you prioritize? Why is this territory in the beginning while other territories later, and so on and so forth? How did you define? First of all, we took this approach on the basis of our federal programs, and we were based on the principle of maximum effect from a certain project that it will bring. For example, if the citizens will not see any particular changes like the renovated embankment, for example, says Evgeny, we have this for 2025 or so. One of these projects I would like to add. Today, the estimated figure is 1 billion turnover in this sector. So this is a so-called approach, a quick win approach. And we have a number of projects like that, in particular. So you have given the figure 308,000 people of active workers by the year of 2035. How did you get this figure, and did you consider people who are not working officially? Yeah, it is a good question and very interesting. The analogy we could refer that Grozny was sort of erased with a razor, and now the life is gradually growing, building up. Grozny now looks better than it is feeling itself economically. And now we are working to change the situation, the economic situation in this city. So we understand that if we answer your question, it seems like this activity we are actually involved with due to our master plan. We would go back to the old discussion, for example, when we say how to involve local population into tourist industry. And so always there are some solutions. We have them at our disposal. To solve this question, I would like to give the floor to Vasily. I will be brief. For example, we think about how we locate and find places for 2,000 objects and venues across the city, how to find financing, and same questions are related to energy balance from the Russian Federation power supply. What amount of population will be involved in these projects? And answering the question of our consortium, we can say that, for example, if there is some enterprise that will be able to produce certain amount of production, we can calculate how many people will be engaged, and so how this task will be solved. Denis Sergeyevich, thank you so much. I would like to say that presentation has changed since our last meeting. I would emphasize that your presentation is now much more comprehensive and is really better. We talked about population growth and building more residential living. But regarding the workplaces, I didn't hear about that. So how do you actually see, how do you view this process? How will it be related to the budgeting? I didn't hear a separate thread related to Argun development. And previously we were talking about creating new workplaces for industrial cluster, considering the territorial location of Grozny. What do you see here? What sort of industry do you envision? Not just something, but what particular industries are you looking at? And how are you going to plan it territorially? How will you distribute this load? Yeah, it is actually available in our older presentation album. Yeah, actually, we have made so many different versions of this presentation, so some economic entities maybe are not so vividly seen. We really realize that the city has changed a number of functions, and new functions are growing. Regarding Argun, let's take Argun. We can say that business complex of Grozny is closely tied to neighboring townships and small towns, and there is a set of rules and industries that are already in place. Argun is not an exception here. So it will be like Link, which provides a machine building component, educational thread, and science, and number of other things. And probably technical education and vocational training is one of the important directions. Economic zones, special economic zones, which are being created. One of them is already created. Each one of them costs about 12 billion rubles, and it is really important to include this. Another block we consider important is tourism. We will get to that in more detail because we've got figures regarding this stream. So in general, all of the industries which are being launched by our master plan, actually they imply real manufacturing on the platforms of industrial clusters and universities as well. A few additions here. Western part of the city, which is already an existing special economic zone. So now we are producing construction materials on this territory, and it provides pretty high level of production, and it is a good addition to what the city had already had before.
Мы много говорим сегодня о текущем этапе. Сам мастер-план, он, конечно, очень важен, но, на мой взгляд...
Thank you. We are talking quite a lot about the current state. Master plan is, of course, important, but the very important, more important is probably implementation. On top of the economic aspect, there is a legal element. And before we listen to, we had some questions, discussion with colleagues. So let me ask a question to the team. What legal tools do you see in the urban development area that would be supporting the implementation of the master plan? Thank you very much for the question. It's quite a challenging one because at the implementation stage, we look at the general plan, at the various zoning rules and regulations, and the indicators that are included therein require a very radical transformation. For example, let me give an example. One of the smallest requirements for schools throughout Russia are here. Second, and there are plenty of those challenges. Secondly, halal food policy towards the airport. It's that land is already plotted, not yet built as private housing. It's important to remember that land in the Republic is one of the most expensive ones, and a lot of that, and for example, almost 500 hectares where we are proposing the development of cultural and educational social clusters. Today, it is allocated to private housing. It's important to stop these processes at the pre-implementation stage because destroying that would be difficult. It's obviously local regulations, zoning rules, etc., and those need to be fine-tuned, keeping in mind demographics, keeping in mind the many children families, and introducing the characteristics that are part of reality for other cities would be obviously a big mistake. Yulia Victorovna, please. Dear colleagues, we're talking about the index growth of quality of the urban environment from 240 to about 300. I would like to hear what indicators were you relying on when preparing the concept. Talking about the quality of the urban environment index, situation is quite interesting. It's large. We have calculated it by various districts of the city, and we would see that more than 50% of those are not fully equipped with provided for by necessary infrastructure. And so we use the methodology to extrapolated it. And we have seen that once we improve the base infrastructure in peripheral districts, that would allow improving those indicators for whole of the city. Tatiana Grina, would you please? Yes, demographic growth 1.5 times of the city is obviously a challenge. If we take that as a base, and we would be looking at a similar increase of labor force, that's obviously quite a challenge. And then a question, today in the master plan, you are stressing high tech, industrial cluster approach. Dear colleagues, high tech is not creating great number of jobs. Do I understand that as part of the document that you're offering? If I remember correctly, 308,000 labor force would go to the labor market by 2035. So 18,000 new jobs as part of the priority of master plan will be created. Well, dear colleagues, by increasing population with these speeds, including the active population, how would we be employing them? That's first half of the question. The second one is more of a recommendation. I believe that potential of the capital functions on top of other clusters in the economy is not fully developed. That's a separate stream in the overall urban economy, which could be used by Grozny, and that offers the chances for employment and offers the possibility of economic development. And since I have the mic, let me use in third question very big figures on gross city product. So my question would be simple. What cluster do you feel would forecast the greatest contribution into gross city product? Well, first, 18,000 jobs. These are the projects of the master plan alone. It's clear that the city is living with its own life. It's developing other projects as well. Talking about the gross city product, even though we talked about high tech, we are not only not giving up the base industries, agro industry and processing. That's what is mainly funding the Republic. And second, of course, urban development. And the development of these traditional industries allows us to come to respective figures altogether, talking about the gross city product. Well, we do hope that with the policy of taking the economic activity out of the gray area would be strengthening this. Vasily Gennadievich, I'm working on tourism for some 30 years. I understand there are great hopes of this wonderful region, and the city is linked to tourism, but the morphotypes you have demonstrated of the tourist buildings is not at all looking at the internal tourism, because we looked at your notes. Exterior foreign tourism is about 1% alone, whilst the internal tourism is growing 4 to 6 times, and the morphotypes you have demonstrated are not demonstrating high rapid profit generation. They are looking at least 10 years payback periods. In that sense, the picture is very different from the economics. And whole of the world is living in 3 types of funding: short, medium, and long term. Well, don't hint them the answer, sir. Please, the question. Well, you are not demonstrating Olympics, tourism bases, etc. So how would you be developing tourism? You are demonstrating very large complexes as if we are in United Arab Emirates, but funding levels are very different. Well, the report materials, sir, have documents how we are proposing assuring services to various category stay places, 2, 3, all category stars, and no star as well. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, colleagues. It's great to see 3 finalists, and the colleagues went through 215 slides and great many pages in their explanatory notes, etc. So it's a little a cherry on top of an iceberg, I would say, iceberg top. In that, wonderful that visuals have developed, you have demonstrated elements. 1 minute 30 seconds. What's your question? A wonderful format, city to city, from small centric model, they moved to polycentric, very interesting format. What was missing for me? First situation, portal of Russia, Grozny, as a portal to Eurasia. Well, we have plenty of that elsewhere. In here, it's Middle East and Western Asia. Economic. We cannot be commenting, dear colleagues. It's I cannot be commenting it vis-a-vis other contestants forbidden. You spoke about ecological situation, and we had great many territories that had oil extraction and industrial solution. I didn't see that solution. Maybe it's outside. Have you demonstrated how the city of Grozny is turning into green city? These city using territories that are polluted today. Yes, super short answer, please. A third territory where we are observing especially difficulty environmental status, and our master plan, of course, foresees a procedure of revitalization of these territories, recultivation of them. Thus, this site part of the spaces, and we are demonstrating, is given for an industrial area, the specially polluted zone, and the cluster surrounding is assuring. The last question. I wanted to hear about railroad. Why Vladikavkaz? What does this project give to Grozny? One of the key tasks, because North Caucasus is 7-8 million people, 8 million tourists, and there is no seamless connectivity from Rostov to Derbent. Recreation of this segment would allow relaunch of the process. Thank you very much to the team for a magnificent presentation. We are requesting you to proceed back into the finalist area.
Перерыв для команды, пожалуйста, присядьте.
Dear colleagues, it's the break for the team, not for us. Please sit down. Let's close the doors because the jury is staying in the hall. We are grateful. Thank you. Doors closed. Speaking Chechen, probably instructions to make sure the doors are closed quicker. Dear members of the jury, we would go for a 10 minutes break. But before we do, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to tell you that once we listen to all 3 teams, we will have a discussion. That's exactly where you will be able to present your analysis on everything you have seen by then. That is foreseen. Whilst during Q&A sessions, please follow 3 simple rules. Very short question, no assessment because it has a very closed character. We are not giving feedback to teams at this stage. And third, which is very important, We are not comparing the outcomes of two other teams in front of the presenting one. Not the way we have pre-assessed them, how they are different or how they are similar, because this is a competitive process, it's a competition. Somebody will become a winner. There is a live broadcast, and if you are giving comments, you are hinting to two other next coming teams how they can prepare for and improve their presentation. So please remember that. We will be able to have the analysis after all three teams. Now we are having 10 minutes break, and after that, we will be listening to the video generations. Thank you.
Recording in progress. Дамы и господа, мероприятие начнется через несколько минут. Просим занять ваши места. Переведите, пожалуйста, мобильные телефоны и другие электронные устройства в беззвучный режим. Обращаем ваше внимание, что в ходе мероприятия применяется аудио и видеозапись.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you. Kindly proceed to your seats. We are ready to start in just a few minutes. Please remember to switch your mobile phones and other electronic devices into silent mode. Note also that the proceedings are being audio and video recorded. Should you have any questions or need help, please do not hesitate to address members of the organizing committee in this room.
Дамы и господа, мы начнем через 1 минуту. Займите ваши места в зале и переведите электронное устройство в беззвучный режим. В ходе мероприятия применяется аудио и видеозапись. Желаем вам плодотворной работы.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you. This is last call. We shall start in approximately 1 minute. Please take your seats and remember to switch your electronic devices into silent mode. Please note that the event is being recorded. We wish you fruitful work.
Дамы и господа, мы начнем через 1 минуту. Займите ваши места в зале и переведите электронное устройство в беззвучный режим. В ходе мероприятия применяется аудио и видеозапись. Желаем вам плодотворной работы.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you. This is last call. We shall start in approximately 1 minute. Please take your seats and remember to switch your electronic devices into silent mode. Please note that the event is being recorded. We wish you fruitful work.
Уважаемые коллеги, мы продолжаем. Пожалуйста, займите свои места в зале.
Dear colleagues, we begin our work. Please take your seats in the audience.
Уважаемые коллеги, пожалуйста, займите ваши места в зале.
Dear colleagues, please get comfortable in the audience.
Итак, следующий консорциум, который представит нам свое конкурс.
All right, next consortium that will introduce their proposal is the City of Generation Consortium. We are Nochi, people of Noha. Our story is the story of the struggle for survival of the life force. For many centuries, our land gave birth to strong people who became heroes of their nation.
The values of Islam
And the instructions of Kund Haji Kishiev became the foundation of our spirit and gave us the strength to survive in most difficult trials.
Grozny is our capital.
Grozny is our capital. The riches of our land have made our city famous throughout the world. And even the hardest trials that our land went through at the end of the 20th century did not break our city. The Almighty sent us a strong leader, Ahmad Haji Kadyrov, who united us on the path of peace and creation. We were born at the beginning of this journey. Before our eyes, the Republic has passed the stage of restoration and spiritual revival, reached unprecedented heights of development and prosperity. Today, we face the next step of that journey. It is by the efforts of our generation that our city will be developed. We will raise our children in it, take care of our parents, and build it further. What do we want our city to be like? We want our city to become Russia's gateway to the Islamic world. We want our city to build affordable and convenient residential neighborhoods that preserve the traditions of our people. We want high-tech jobs to come to our city. We want our town to have venues for families to enjoy and educate our children. We want our city to host world cultural, sporting, and business events. We want our children to be able to get a quality education in our city. We want our parents to have quality health care. We want tourism from all over the world to come to our city. We want our city to be the best city on earth.
We will initiate.
What shall we begin with?
Enhancing the
We will start by
attractiveness of
increasing
Grozny
Grozny's attractiveness as a cultural and tourist center.
We will maintain and
We will
improve the
preserve
abundant
and
heritage
multiply
of
the rich
city and the
heritage of the
Republic
city
by
and the
developing
Republic,
new tourist
create new objects of
destinations.
attraction for tourists.
We will also give priority.
We will
to the
also
development
focus
of
on
infrastructure
developing
for the purpose of
infrastructure
promoting
for business tourism.
The National Exhibition
The National Exposition Center will give us the opportunity to show the achievements of our Republic.
Undergo a transformation into a platform for hosting world-class events, taking on the position
Complex of the North
in
Caucasus.
the North Caucasus region.
Besides tourism,
Alongside tourism, we will work on diversify the city's economy by developing the digital industry and creative sector. Industrial parks and special economic zone will create the new jobs and in breakthrough industries. The revitalized business center, crowned by Ahmad Tower, will be a key link in the city's new economy. We will host landmark global cultural events in our city, such as the
and the Week of Islamic Fashion.
Ahmad Hall
International Cultural Center will be among the best concert halls. Ahmad Tower, Ahmad Arena, and Ahmad Hall will form an integral trinity and will become the city's calling card in the business, sports, and cultural life of the world. We will build affordable and modern housing in our city. The new residential areas will combine all the conveniences of urban life while allowing us to preserve the traditional way of life of our people. The space of the quarters will be equipped for recreation of older generations of children's games, as well as for traditional Chechen zikr. The Sunja embankment and the Grozny Sea will be the main locations for family recreation. Noah's Ark Immersive Zoo will give our children the opportunity to experience the richness and beauty of the planet's animal world without traveling outside our city. Our children will be able to receive competitive and quality education. Education clusters strengthen the synergy of our 3 universities and will attract talented young people from all over the world to our city. Our parents and children will be able to receive highly skilled medical care. We will create a medical cluster that will bring the healthcare infrastructure up to modern standards and form another center of attraction for our city. Our city will firmly take the place of a key hub of interaction between our country and the countries of the Islamic world. The gateway to our city will be a largely representative campus where we will house the Center of Islamic Banking and Halal exports. We will strengthen the position of our city as the main spiritual and cultural center of Islamic life in Russia. The symbol of our city will be olive tree of Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, as a sign of peace and eternal life. We will continue the path of Ahmad Haji with dignity, and let's make our city the best city on earth, the eternal city, the city of generations. Thank you so much. I think we can begin. First of all, I would like to give thanks to our masters of video who were able to do such a brilliant video where local people are speaking about their own desires. So this was the basis for our concept. And before I continue, I would say that I will have to run through the presentation because of the limited time. I will emphasize certain important points, but if you have any questions to some slides I will skip, we can discuss that later. So let's begin. First of all, I would like to begin saying a few words. Why should we have this master plan? And main point to emphasize here is that, first of all, it is being done for mayor's office. It's a tool for the team, for city management, for compiling the agenda for city urban planning. And this is not the standard document, as a matter of fact, but this is sort of a political document which is addressing to a wide society. And all of the more people will believe in our master plan, this agenda of the trajectory for their future life and the development, the more chances that our master plan will be succeeding. So the key point is here that master plan is a user's document. The more people would become users, the more chances that we will reach that image of the future we are envisioning. What should we say about the image of the future? The horizon of our planning is 2035, but we understand that to plan this sort of a horizon is impossible to ignore the future going beyond this date. I spoke with Mr. Kadyrov, and we have come up with the point that we are talking about further horizon to the end of this century, 2050 to 2100. So this is a long-term project. So now let's look at the object of our master plan. How do we view it right now? Because we are called the city of generations, we, first of all, are trying to portray types of generations who are currently living in the city. You can see that on our slide. And the generation marked in red, this is the category I would like to emphasize especially. 2023, these people are graduating from universities, and the energy of these people will develop the city in the near future. So we would like to give them some perspective how their environment will develop, and we would like to see them tying their lives with their city and have some positive agenda for their life scenarios. And we believe that our plan, master plan, will be in demand for the development of the city as a whole. So this is our main category. So people, children born after 2000. So what are the results of our short survey? Capitalist Grozny is a central part of the city, historical center, Putin Avenue, Sanbayev Avenue, the central quarter of the business activity of the city. We see a typical European city. All the European rules which are relevant at the moment are really available downtown at the city center of Grozny. And so this space is the key environment for entrepreneurial activity of the citizens. Most of the small and medium businesses are located here, letting people have the possibility to self-realization. And next is global Grozny. These are landmarks which are its sort of business card, which actually make it famous not only in Russia but across the globe. So few objects like that, and this was the actually what they have already obtained in the previous period. Social Grozny. There are such environment where people live, where they spend their time with families. So this is just the residential areas. And along with this, we have so-called people's Grozny. And first of all, this is individual housing where a lot of people reside. And this environment is organically woven into the city. It is closely related to Chechen traditions and from our point of view, we would like to preserve this tradition, to have these people, let them live in the conditions, very well-developed environment, and aiming to the family, traditional Chechen family.
Youth Grozny main educational cluster located along Muhammad Ali Avenue. There are Chechen State University and others in the environment for younger generation. It should also be developed and widened so that people are being present here not only when they are in university, but for them to be able to interact with it after they graduate from university, so that it would become a place where people could get educational services throughout their lifetime, and that way it would turn into the city development institution developing potential of humans there. All 5 types of the urban environment we are seeing as transformation objects. We are having development scenarios for each of them. The most important thing that we are having these 5 dimensions as spaces for living for people. To understand deeper the mood of the people, their assessment of the quality of their urban environment and expectations for further development, we have run social surveys, helped very much by Chechen State University named after Ahmad Khalil, as well as the city mayor's office, so that we would cover not just university students, but also different categories. 767 people have responded, 97 have responded to our surveys, responded to questions. Key elements, let me present them here. There were quite many, I cannot cover all. The most important difference was, are we building multi-story condominiums and trying to transform the format of the populations living into modern urban, or do we try to preserve the traditional housing and stress private housing development? And you see at the top a stable and relatively high share of population of Grozny today on top left is living in private housing today, and they would like to continue living that way. Once again, it's majority of people. From majority of those surveyed are from 18 until 22. At the same time, we are seeing that based on the way the structure is organized today, we see there is also a demand of people willing to live in high rises. Mid rises are losing popularity, you see difference, whilst the high rise demand for high rise are growing, where they would like to live in, and the private housing, one floor private housing is a priority. At the same time, the main share of housing should be private low-rise to satisfy what people need. I would skip the assessment of the quality of the environment, but the outcome is here. The demands of the population of Grozny is, on one side, to develop the green belt of the city, improve the environmental aspect, develop public transportation, establish some modern formats that are matching the understanding of modern city. At the same time, the key challenge is the improvement of courtyards, public spaces, district. We are seeing that Grozny is having quite a high position in the quality of urban environment, but there is a very big difference downtown and to the peripheral areas of Grozny. Thus, it's important that we bridge that. Moving forward, tourism, we are seeing it as key drivers and source of development of the city, because the inflow of resources, people, money is very much related to becoming more attractive for tourists. The forecast of Ministry of Tourism Development, we are seeing that by 2035, the tourist flow will be growing, and that would pass the 1 million people per year. Thus, development of infrastructure of tourism is one of the priority tasks. What is the main challenge here? If you look at this map, and then here we are seeing the city, we have, of course, demonstrated the downtown where most tourist routes are located, and blue dots are various ATMs and acquiring equipment for your digital payments. We are seeing that Putin Avenue and Asambaev avenues are quite densely packed with those. There is also a very large spot where these are not present, that is Bergmore. So the development of the digital infrastructure for payments and increasing accessibility of respective services for tourists, we believe is one of the important priorities. And we also know that Pakistan had wonderful experience when local sellers were forced to use were provided the digital payments as a return for creating some advantages for them, and that way they move the payment system from gray into the white. A quite good outcome. Main challenges: outflow of the population, infrastructure, unemployment elements, high population needs of services. Plus, since the employment is one of the main challenges, we need to be creating more and more jobs, and we will talk about that going forward. What's the mission of Grozny, and what did we base ourselves on? What did we see as a foundation we need to rely on? First of all, we paid attention at the way the leadership of the republic and the city are viewing the image of the city. Even the first president of the republic, how he was identifying the prospects for viewing the prospect. You see the quote from Ramzan Kadyrov that Haji Kadyrov have left out a message that we should turn Grozny into the best city on earth, and we are seeing the ambition of the leadership of the republic and the city. And in previous 20 years, we were seeing the fruits of them moving going forward. And everything we see in Grozny is ensuring this continuity, and the solutions that were laid down at the beginning 2000s were implemented at least 80%. And even today, when we are talking about the need of the representative quarters, one of the flagship projects of the master plan, it's important to recall that back in 2003, Ahmed Haji Kadyrov was stating that it's important that we start having diplomatic quarter. And now moving forward, what do we see as a long-term horizon for the development of the city of Grozny Czech Republic? If we say yes, there was a previous 20 years of path set by Haji Kadyrov when you are reviving the city, putting the foundation for further development, and put ourselves at 2023 where we are, and we can say that looking forward long term at 100-year horizon, we need to see this Grozny reaching 1 million population. That is quite realistic. If we put that as 2100, I would forecast it will take place around 2070, and the growth of the population, improving the quality of its living is as our priority. 2050, the growth of the economy, the position of the key economic capital of the North Caucasus Federal District, as well by 2035, to take the position of a Russian gateway into the Islamic world, and this is the main priority of our work. Talking about what we see as the main image and tourism logo of Grozny, and I believe that based on our video as well as on previous slides, you could guess that we are seeing the olive tree of the Prophet Muhammad is what we see that, and then we know that in Grozny there is a sculpture of the olive tree growing in the Jordan, where Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was resting underneath, and we know that the president of the king of Jordan has sent a branch which is now growing to have on one side it's symbolically demonstrating the values of life eternal and peace. On the other hand, it's bringing together all our Aramaic religions, because it is bringing together Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, because olive branch is there. And since Grozny is predominantly Islamic city, we decided to figure out what it is, and we talked to a number of important religious, spiritual, and scientific scholars, authoritative scholars of Czech Republic, to understand how they see the principles And then first saw a slide quote of Adam Shahidov, the advisor to the head of Czech Republic on questions of religion, where he states that Islamic city is a city where all people, irrespective of their confession, age, faith, color of skin, find a place for themselves. It's a city that is aspiring for learning, as in towards the one highest ideal that every person should be striving toward. On the other hand, the rector of Chen State University, our partner Zorbek Saidov, has stated that today's main value of the Islamic city is creating this space for communication of various culture. On one side, Islamic cities are relying on a rich tradition. On the other hand, they are walking at with the same speed as times and becoming competitive centers of the world. Mid-answer we have received from the president of the Academy of Science of Czech Republic, Jambulat Umarov, at the previous intermediate defense, I was stating that the main objectives, example should be Baghdad, Damascus, etc., traditional cultures of Islamic cultures, and he said, no, you are wrong, we should look at Jerusalem. And I believe it's important because Jerusalem is the center of all three Abrahamic religions, and if we recall the history of architectural thought, we will say that celestial Jerusalem is an ideal analog, thus it could reasonably seem to serve a good example for Grozny. Now, how should Grozny look like tomorrow? Let me come back to what I have said before. We are seeing continuity of movement on the path set by Mashkadar in the beginning of 2000s. We looked at the recording of his meeting in 2003 general plan developers of Grozny, and we have identified a number of key principles from his conversation with the developers that should be put down for the period of revival. You are seeing it on screen. Let me read the most important thing we should be looking for. We should not be thinking with today only, and if we lay the foundation, we will make it happen. And we see that everything is finding its place: individual housing, ecology and water and green framework, pedestrian-centered, respect private property, long-term vision. And he said that everything that we would finish, next generations would, so we need to set the objective we're moving through the end of the century. Priorities: Central Islamic culture, the center Islamic culture, development of the best city on earth. Separate elements, how we are intending to be developing, are shown on the slide. Let me say that the center of Islamic culture is Arabic culture, halal product, tourist cluster, cultural cluster, the center of which is Ahmad Hall, talking about innovative cluster. On the right, we are seeing some examples. Some, I believe, we are not original. On one side, it's creative industry sector. On the other hand, it's digital industry, IT. Plus, we would complement construction cluster that should move industry and because of construction of Czech Republic on modern roots, as well as support the traditions of architecture in Czech Republic that has very rich traditions, and that way establish a symbiosis of innovation and environment. And the third one was creating the best city on earth. Looking about the spatio development, we are seeing connecting Aragon and Grozny. By 2050, we are expecting to connect it with a high-speed railroad that will be connecting from the airport to Aragon through downtown Grozny. By 2035, a principal task would have 5 centers of international interaction that will be attracting both tourists and residents from other countries of the world. Let me enumerate them. First of all, representative settlement, Ahmad Hall, an educational medical cluster, and of course, National Expo Center in the downtown. Moving forward, basic urban development idea of our master plan is to develop the second axis for city development. Today, it is developing along axis of Putin Kadyrov Avenue. We are offering a perpendicular avenue from Ahmad Hall to the residence of the head of the Republic. First stage is to reach to where Ahmad Tower would be developed, then go through existing private housing sector, and that's the main challenge, that we need to take the project to some situation when it would be ready for 2/3, so that we can justify the resettlement of the existing private housing district, but that's the objective that we are putting at the horizon of 2050. I would not be going through the specific indicators because I believe you've seen them and are seeing on slides. These are indicators we are putting out through the 2035 stages of implementation. I can skip because we can discuss that during Q&A. What we are offering, the main concept of ours is ethno-urbanism, creation of a modern city relying on the traditions and forms, traditional lifestyle of ancient people that can be recreated today, keeping in mind that we are introducing them into modern urban format and complementing them with modern infrastructure. Let me go into details. Ethnic Expo Center, its main task is to create one integrated expo cluster based on the existing Ahmed Khaj Gaddafi Museum, and we are proposing the reconstruction thereof to be the first event of the master plan. If we recall that in 3 years, Ahmed Khaj Gaddafi's 75th anniversary would be taking place, we should start it today or tomorrow to make sure that we would open. The museum was done rapidly in 2003. Modern museum formats require more interaction, more lively exposition. Thus, I believe that you put a priority tasks for the Jubilee. I believe that should be the exposition of the museum. Then speaking about Ahmad Hall, talking about the exposition of the museum, I would say that we see our task as creating a similarity from Ahmed Khaj Gaddafi Center to what Kazakhstan has, Nursultan Nazarbayev, Gidar Aliyev Center in Azerbaijan, and in Russia, it is the Boris Yeltsin Center. Today's building is quite small, and it's unlikely that it can afford a large extension, especially there is a planned development along Putin Avenue. We are proposing to break it down into buildings. One would be Ahmad Hall culture, main cultural hall, concert hall of the city. At the same time, an area for important events, at the same time preserving the Alley of the Glory that exists and that has some established situation. The Vaik Quarter, the main form of the housing we are offering, we have conversed a lot with the Chechen State University colleagues, with Ms. Tamara Mazayeva, that had explained us to the housing traditions of Chechen people. And we have put an ambitious task for us to resolve how we can move this traditional rural living style into the urban environment. That's the Y Quarter. That's where Y Quarter is coming about. A low-rise development, seeing the quarter as a community living together, tradition of capes among Chechens, and we are trying to recreate this in urban space. The central element is the place. First, it has a circle for zikr tradition, and then a coverage to conduct some gatherings, festivities otherwise, as well as a place where community can come and meet all together. Next important project of ours, and we know in North Caucasus and in Muslim regions, writing and quoting Quran in the urban environment as long as along federal highways is a widespread phenomenon. And we believe that this tradition would receive quality format and develop a single standard of calligraphy. And we are having Mr. Ismail-Din Ilhanov, the chairman of the Civic Chamber of Czech Republic. He is very much interested in calligraphy. I believe we could implement a joint project with him, a single code of Arabic calligraphy, quotes from Quran in the urban environment. I spoke about zikr sites. We are seeing this as an element within districts as well as very city-level spaces. That's a separate project. Together with colleagues, architects of Czech Republic, I believe we could work and come up with the diversity of formats. Prophet Muhammad, I have mentioned, we have a branch, so the place where it would be planted, we are proposing putting it in the park, special pavilion, because it's unlikely that olive tree would survive because it would die out at -10 degrees. that is the temperature in winter. Thus, it's important to have a pavilion with proper microclimate. Using natural elements in the city is very important because we know that in the summer, the capital is quite hot. It's important to introduce some facilities, some solutions that would allow resting from this heat. Plus, of course, using natural materials is a good idea to organize this. Next element, horseback routes. We know there's a tradition, there's love for a horse, there's travels. The leadership of the Republic is going by their horses to the central part of the city. It could be an important event that could be attractive for tourists, beautiful. Plus, there might be an infrastructure created in the city so that on specific festive events, respective horseback riding could be organized. Plus, we are proposing a single standard for street commerce. One of the projects is a relocation of the cut market, the reconstruction thereof, and if we want to keep the tradition of respective traditional formats of commerce and then folk crafts, we would like to have a single standard in the urban environment so that we would have good quality image of street commerce, keeping the tradition at the same time beautifying the urban environment. And that is one of the dimensions of our master plan. And the representative settlement, we believe that the best location for a quarter would be the territory adjacent to the international airport's international terminal. Why so? On the one side, it would be a chance to save time on those who are coming to the city for one day so that they don't spend time going into the cities, for them to be able to do whatever they're coming for here quickly. Secondly, it's the gateway to the city, first thing that the tourist is seeing. So we are proposing to make that territory in the shape of the olive tree.
We were criticized for that, but actually, yes, I believe that the airport is to be built having in mind the priority of seeing this type of platform besides zoning of architectural nature. So we believe that it is important to reproduce this in the city. We have our colleagues from Qatar who actually made a research about this traditional motives of decorating the facades. We also suggest to create a specific factory providing the construction materials for local development. Of course, we need to bring this idea to life. I will skip the transportation structure here because, of course, we understand that it is important to keep this in mind. All the infrastructure, gas supply, power supply. The key idea of our master plan, I don't think we are too original, but that it should be having a certain reputation in Islamic world and the Middle East in particular. So Grozny is a very traditional and religious population, and in this sense it is important to create such an infrastructure that would enable us to have clusters of halal production, then the Islamic banking and pilgrimage track again. Here we'll skip here, and so I mentioned economic collaboration with the Islamic world, and I would suggest to have Islamic poetry festival. Chechen Republic is rich in poetic tradition taken from Arabic roots. Many people in Chechen Republic are really fond of writing poetry. I have seen a lot of recordings about that. Jambulat Marv, who writes a lot of poems. I think this sort of a format would be really in demand both on tourist side and many other sites. International Festival of Poetry, Rasul Gamzatov Festival, Arabic Poetry Festival. I have mentioned about horse riding events as well. So we would propose to create such a calendar of conducting various festivals. I think all of these events would be able to provide a very interesting program. Another slide which I consider really important to position Grozny as a multinational center. We would like to actually to commemorate very famous like Evgeny Vakhtangov, Joseph Kobzon, and Jalal Kadiev, famous singers, movie directors, architects, and we believe that chief architect of Grozny and Chechen Republic, Jalal Kadiev, should be definitely commemorated in this sense. And so I really address this point to Hasmagomed Kadyrov. What should we begin with? This is what our project has by plots. I can answer this later. I run through the presentation till the very end. From my point of view, it is impossible to have a task in mind without taking it for really goal. We would suggest to have a program for preparation or training of leaders of changes, which we call City of Generation. And this project, first step of this project, of course, the educational program, which will train certain people who would be able to take these projects and move further to their implementation. I see that my timing is up. Thank you so much for your attention. I will be ready to answer your questions if you may have any. Dear colleagues, now we move to Q&A session. Who would like to open this session? Thank you so much. I have seen that you are taking care of tourist approach in various approaches, and I didn't notice the big difference in housing, I mean residential housing construction. Yes, I would say we have done a lot of analytics. It is present in our presentation album. On the one hand, I think we need to move to transfer certain objects that are in individual housing, and even they are being built from this standpoint, and this is something that will never be sold, and we have to extend developing this market of living, the property market, and the geography of this is to expand. And there are some requests for high-rising housing. Some people like this type of building because it has, for example, two toilets and things like that, bathrooms. Sometimes we need to dig deeper because shallow analysis does not fit for such an approach. Y quarter is another proposal, and we also see that the demand for high-riser living is also getting more and more in demand. When we build these buildings, what I really noticed when we look at Grozny Mall, we can see that there is a building under construction. And thank you. We need to be pretty fast. So, all right, my question is, if you emphasize the life of people as a cornerstone of your master plan, this format, individual living, traditional living, a traditional market rather than supermarkets, all of this should be preserved, but it would embrace modern characteristics and features that would be convenient for tourists, wireless payment arrangements, and city, the people's city should be preserved, as I mentioned.
Первый канал русский язык.
First channel, Russian language.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. You can hear me now? Okay, so thank you so much for your presentation. I have a quick comment and then a question generated from this, which is, in your presentation, one of the slogans was to end up with the best city on earth. And I would argue that there's no such classification, but more importantly, we are looking for the most livable city on earth. This is more realistic. This is what we are aspire for the city of Grozny. With that said, I want to question, what is your interpretation of city of generations? Because I was not able to see how the different generations, the old generations, the post-war generations, the young, the youth, how they are interacting together within the spaces of the city. Because you claim that I have a sort of a dialogue between generations, and then you end up with independent kind of clusters. Thank you so much.
Могу отвечать, да? Перевод. Спасибо за вопрос, очень комплексный.
Thank you very much for your question. I'll try to shed the light on this. What is the best city in the world. It's the subjective concept. Of course, any person would have something because for somebody it is a small town is the best city in the world, like Guсь Хрустальный, and for some it's a capital of a certain country. So we have tried to take this concept to underline that from the standpoint of the citizens, from the standpoint of inhabitants of this city, that should be their best city, and they would eager to stay rather than going or leaving the city for elsewhere. And of course, Grozny views itself as center of Islamic center of Islam in Russia and gates to the Middle East. Any city is a symbiosis of generations where youth supports elderly people, and on the contrary, and everyone has their own place in the city. And our colleague said all of ages find their place in our city. We have underlined in our master plan that there is the main driver in terms of generations that would move Grozny further, and the share of the young generation is growing within the city, and to create such an image that would be attractive to this particular category, and they would be willing to spend their life energy to this development of their native town or city, that would be great. Hello, would you tell us, please, when you actually call everyone to have massive individual construction, individual housing construction, how can we refer it to the concept of multi-story building construction, because we have seen a lot of changes during the agglomeration growth since 1990s. When we talking about, for example, agriculture and agricultural lands, if we dedicate them to individual private housing, building or construction, where do we grow our crops in this case? And so we need to consider this. In our album, I didn't mention it in my presentation, there is an analysis for individual housing construction, and we have some comparison. There are a few buildings from 2007, and something like in 10 years, so the land is still vacant and no more buildings are constructed. So we have a great reserve of land plots which have already been distributed for individual housing, but nothing happens there. So there is no deficit of land in Grozny in particular. So we can take 15 to 20 years of recent time. So it's maybe like 30% of that available land is allocated for individual housing construction. So my thought is very simple. The reserves are available. they are not actually covered. And if we create the industry of individual housing construction and let people take advantage of this and taking loans in the banks and so on and so forth. Yeah, we have a question from Aisha bin Bisher. Please,
Yes.
Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Hello from Dubai. It was a very well structured presentation, but I have a question here. You focused mainly on events calendar, rather going into more deep in the infrastructure to make Grozny more futuristic, livable, economic hub of the region. So can I understand what is your views and the layers of infrastructure that you are presenting to have as an end product this event calendar? Like what type of technologies you will have embedded in the city, if so? Thank you.
Спасибо за вопрос. Попробую на него ответить.
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I would like to begin that we view Grozny as the center of Islamic culture in Russia. That's what we mentioned. So the creation of this infrastructure for cultural development is very important. And we have a couple of flagship clusters in this sense, and National Exposition Center, Arabic Quarter in particular. So we view it as positioning the city in such a framework. And of course, during this short time we had for preparation, we prepared a few proposals. Of course, another thread is educational approach and the development in terms of cultural exchange and educational exchange with Arabic world. This is another step forward, and this refers to collaboration between Chechen architects and Middle Eastern architects professionals.
For example, our colleagues from Qatar invited us to come and organize maybe an internship or a fellowship of some sort. In that sense, our colleagues could organize that. Cultural interaction is important. Infrastructure for that should be being developed. And if there would be a task, we would be able to add specific steps in the coming 3 months because it's important step in implementation of the master plan. Thank you very much.
This was clear, my dear. My question was more about the investment will go in the infrastructure. For example, is there any 5G network will be built in the city? What will be the investment there? Working with whom? It's not a culture.
Попробую ответить. У нас в Грозном есть на сегодняшний день особая экономическая...
Madam, unfortunately, there was a different person speaking in Russian, and he started responding to the question of the following online participant. Yes, you can throw this stone. Ahmad Holy, it's where we are planning to place in line with the development. It's not something that difficult because it's not so much about concert and viewership, it's about creative industries, and talking about the economy of the city. Creative industries are one of the flagship tasks. Talking about the traditional objects, I would say that the traditional industries such as steel concrete slab production factory, it would be important that was traditionally there. Talking about the defense industry, because the olive tree which we have has a separate line called the defense industry. Guterres has respective developed industry. There are some military vehicles being produced, some other military equipment. In that sense, we need to be developing that in Grozny as well, so that we have an integrated military cluster or a military industry cluster of Czech Republic. The same thing is also true for fashion products cluster. It's important. It's like the cherry on top of a cake, so that the general public could be demonstrating themselves. As well, thank you very much for the answer. There are plenty of questions. Let's give a chance for everyone to ask. First, Ms. Evgenia Marinets, and then somebody else. Could you please speak about the economics of the project, about expenditures, about profits? Please tell us how this will be implemented, the implementation plan or sequence, as well as mechanisms of implementation, mechanisms how you will be managing the project, because we didn't hear this in the presentation, and it's an important part. Yes, briefly. Terms of reference required us to develop detailed master plan, roadmap for the implementation thereof. Thus, of course, the detailed proposals are available in our albums, whilst the base components are introduced in the available in the presentation. Here is the slide. Calculations for each project. This calculation was done by colleagues from Chechen State University. They were quite detailed because for them it's not, I guess, a commercial task, but they are interested to have these appearing because they are happening, because they are part of life in the city. Just speaking about what are the economic indicators are there. Second, about the roadmap for the implementation, the institutions that should be there, the events, to everything that should be put in place for the master plan to be implemented. I would like to know that in the city of Grozny there is a strategic council under the mayor's office, and if there should be an oversight body for the implementation, I believe the strategic council under the mayor's office could do that function, be coming together at least once a year to be monitoring the implementation of the master plan and make some corrections. Thank you very much, Alexander Rostomachevich. The floor is yours. I would like to make certain corrections. I'm representing the corporation Kafkaz RF, responsible for managing special economic zone. We are having an industrial type special economic zone in Grozny, and you would not be able to place the center of the first president unless it's not an industrial industrial production. By law, you would not be able to place it there. Then I guess you'll be placing it closer to downtown along the same axis. We have an alternative site. In that sense, you have to be more careful about those proposals. Mikhail Yurievich, I would request the slide to be shown on management. Big important slide. I studied in detail. Do you want me to concentrate on the slide and give a comment? No, that will be later, Tatiana Igorevna. Oh, the questions were very much about the effects and costs and jobs, something that, and the slide was demonstrated, but it was touched as a brief comment. When we are talking about you relying on children and youth born after 2000, we would understand, under having a picture of demographic situation by 2035, we, of course, should see the age and gender structure of the city. Infrastructure for the youth is well presented, new formats of real estate, etc. there, but we understand that Grozny, just like other cities, could not avoid the story of aging population. For that category of population, they need attention, and for them, new formats of real estate, new approaches are necessary, and different types of infrastructure are needed. So I would like to hear that. Let me reference the video we have shown. We set the site, the place for the recreation for the rest of the older population, and we try to demonstrate that it's there. Dmitry Mikhalovich, please. I would request a brief comment on the slide. We are seeing it, the authors. Without personal oversight of the head of the Republic, it's unlikely that we would achieve the goals. It's important that we should rely on the source of funding on the Arabic world countries, the diaspora of Chechen people, not only in the regions of Russia, but all over the world, not even mentioning federal budget. It's important. Key task is to assure the solution as an ecosystem for the implementation of the master plan, and we are open ecosystem. We are inviting all those interested in the implementation to dig in together with us. And we are thankful to you for a wonderful presentation. Last words of Sergei Germany.
Уважаемые члены жюри, объявляется перерыв 10 минут.
Dear members of the jury, we are announcing 10-minute break.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мероприятие начнется через несколько минут. Просим занять ваши места. Переведите, пожалуйста, мобильные телефоны и другие электронные устройства в беззвучный режим. Обращаем ваше внимание, что в ходе мероприятия применяется аудио и видеозапись.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome you. Kindly proceed to your seats. We are ready to start in just a few minutes. Please remember to switch your mobile phones and other electronic devices into silent mode. Note also that the proceedings are being audio and video recorded. Should you have any questions or need help, please do not hesitate to address members of the organizing committee in this room.
Дамы и господа, мы начнем через 1 минуту. Займите ваши места в зале и переведите электронное устройство в беззвучный режим. В ходе мероприятия применяется аудио и видеозапись. Желаем вам плодотворной работы.
Ladies and gentlemen, We are pleased to welcome you. This is Last Call. We shall start in approximately 1 minute. Please take your seats and remember to switch your electronic devices into silent mode. Please note that the event is being recorded. We wish you fruitful work.
Итак, уважаемые коллеги, нам предстоит с вами
Dear
ознакомиться
colleagues,
теперь с
we have to
заключительной презентацией.
get acquainted with the third presentation.
Свою работу нам представит международный консорциум под лидерством компании Master's Plan.
Attention is directed to Master's Plan presentation.
The capital of the Chechen Republic, Grozny, is one of the fastest growing cities in Russia. It is Russia's leader in terms of birth rate and a symbol of the Chechen people's devotion to their homeland. Here, traditions are sacredly honored and new technologies are widely developed. Chechen warriors have been renowned for their bravery and superior skill since the ancient times, and today they are a reliable support for Russia. The power of culture and the power of faith unite our brother nations today, opening the doors of cooperation to all Muslim countries of the world. Grozny is growing and transforming. Today, it faces ambitious tasks: restructuring the economy, creating comfortable living and working conditions for citizens, preserving culture and traditions, ensuring harmonious interaction with nature in a changing climate. Therefore, the development strategy includes 5 levels: economic, social, cultural, environmental, and historical. The master plan projects will trigger the structural transformation of Grozny's economy and attract talent, technology, and investment. An inter-university campus will be created on the basis of existing universities, including 3 main elements: university academic buildings, the UAV Innovation Center and the Research Technopark. Modern infrastructure and the expanded educational programs will ensure Grozny's status as the educational center of the North Caucasus. The inter-university campus will increase the number of students by 10,000 places and will become the basis for interaction between education, science and economic sectors. Development in the UAV and medical fields will make Grozny a federal center for security technologies. At the same time, industrial centers will be developed in Argun. UAV Innovation Center will be established at the inter-university campus as part of the national project. Drone production will be developed in the special economic zone following approbation at the Innovation and Technology Center. The zone will also accommodate a logistics hub, pharmaceuticals, construction materials and food production facilities. The medical city will combine a medical university, diagnostic and research center. It will allow setting up chains of close cooperation within the cluster. Innovative developments in the fields of biomedical technologies, prosthetics, rare childhood diseases and increased life expectancy will be the result of this project. By 2035, Grozny will become a platform for economic, financial and cultural interaction between Russian regions and the countries of the Middle East and North Africa. Positioning Grozny as an international Islamic center will attract finance for major regional and national projects. The Islamic Finance Center will provide Islamic banking and investment services. The executive quarter is a place where Middle Eastern partners will live and work surrounded by nature with a comfortable climate, close to people, close to them in spirit and lifestyle. A mosque framed by an artificial lake in the shape of a crescent moon will be located in the city center. The Expo Center will become a venue for international festivals and drone races. Grozny Creative Cluster is a space for entrepreneurship based on traditional trades and crafts. A green ring, a cultural axis and new residential neighborhoods will set a new planning structure for the city. The flagship project of the master plan, the Heart of Grozny, will improve the area's cohesion by creating a park ring and increase the capitalization of the land plots. The cultural axis will be a logical extension of the renovated historic center. It will bring together iconic landmarks such as a planetarium, a peace museum, an Islamic fashion center, and a cinema, Islamic center, and mosque, freely set in a large landscaped area. The cultural axis will create new activities and recreation for the city residents. The Grozny Sea is the green lung of the city. This renewed space, which plays a key role in the development of the city's tourism potential, will be opened to residents and guests of the city. Redevelopment of industrial, warehouse and underdeveloped territories is being carried out in line with the key projects. Modern residential complexes of various types are being built. A new residential morphotype, which will be intermediate between high-rise apartment blocks and individual houses, will be formed by combining the principle of compactness and the desire to live in nature. The new architecture of Grozny will modify traditional techniques and materials and form a unified design code. Co-scale development and quality landscaping are harmoniously integrated into the green framework of the city, taking into account the particularities of the southern region. The value of privacy is retained in neighborhoods of individual residential housing. The new road network will connect the urban area, give a boost to public transport, and the bypass will solve the problem of congestion in the city center. The green framework will link all city districts into a unified network of public spaces. The Sunja River will become the basis of a unified ecological framework. Terraced landscaping will provide comfortable access to water regardless of seasonal flooding. Pedestrian bridges and walkways over the river will present new visual images and contact with water. The linear park along the Sunja River will become a new landmark of the city. The renewed Grozny is a source of power for its people and homeland. The Ahmat is the power. This is my city. I belong here.
Good afternoon. My name is Olga Zdorova. I would like to introduce my team: Yulia Zubarik, Vyacheslav Traktovenko, Amir Hussein Gadijade, Philippe Danko. We are honored to present our project. The presentation consists of 6 sections, which are reflected on 200 slides, but we will focus only on the key ones. Thanks to the work of Ahmad Hadji Kadyrov, the first president of the Chechen Republic, hero of Russia, and Ramzan Akhmatovich Kadyrov, the head of the Republic, hero of Russia, the region possesses enormous resources, on the basis of which we propose our master plan. Grozny has the potential to become the educational center of the North Caucasus by 2035. 4 universities, a branch of Moscow State University, many young people. These factors make it possible to create an inter-university campus with shared infrastructure. Grozny is the backbone of Russia. The developed network of law enforcement agencies, the Special Forces University in Gudrmes, and the country's strategic priorities create prerequisites for the development of one of the key areas of our master plan: security technologies. In accordance with the radar of technological development of the Russian economy developed by the Center of Macroeconomic Analysis and Short-Term Forecasting, we believe it is advisable to develop UAVs, medicine, and biotechnology. Grozny is Russia's window to the Middle East. Thanks to its history, culture, the introduction of Islamic banking and existing cooperation with the Sheikh Zayed Foundation, we propose to create a full-fledged business center for relations with Middle Eastern partners. We see an opportunity to develop industrial centers on the basis of the Grozny SEZ and the Soviet heritage of Argun. This will give impetus to the reorganization of adjacent abandoned industries. Grozny favorable geographic location creates prerequisites for transportation and logistic hub. Active demand for halal product creates an opportunity to build a cluster of halal products. This center will bring income to the budget of the Republic through certification of Russian and foreign goods. We also developing our cluster for the production of high-value added products. Another area that should be actively supported is tourism. In Chechen Republic and Grozny in particular, there are a lot of potential for that. Grozny is a green city. Grozny and Argun have low building density due to a high share of residential housing. We analyzed the strategies and formed priority development areas of our master plans. Analysis of the Republic and city budgets show dependence on federal subsidies. Despite this, we know and see that all spending budgets are recognized as the most efficient in the country. We've done a comprehensive analysis, identified territorial resources, analyzed transportation and engineering infrastructure. The work has allowed us to shape the major challenges facing the city today: minimize budget dependence on federal subsidies, raise wages, broaden the educational focus, get trucks out of the city center, and develop the ecological framework and tourism potential. Based on these objectives, we have formed an integrated development scenario. Let's move to the next section. The main goal of our master plan is to restructure the economy. Our proposed projects rely on the region's integral forces: the power of technology, the power of individual, the power of culture, the power of nature, the power of time. The key idea of comprehensive development is to transform Grozny from the administrative center of Chechnya into an educational and financial center of the North Caucasus, a pillar of Russia. The image of the future and the development of the economy is based on 3 major projects: the Educational Center of the North Caucasus, Federal Center for Security Technology, International Islamic Center. For each strand, we have identified objectives, anchor points, and recommended project composition. Along with this, we are developing industrial centers, halal production, and agro-biotechnology. tourism, ecological framework, and create comfortable living conditions for people. The master plan philosophy is based on the interplay of the five forces of the city. The unification of these forces forms the ideology of the Chechen people, Ahmat power. To achieve the desired image of the future, we have formed 22 projects according to the priority areas. They are displayed on the slide. The establishment of an inter-university campus, the STSCI, will increase the number of highly skilled professionals, attract a range of industrial partners and investors. Through this, the power of the individual will manifest itself. This university campus, the development of CEZ, and Halal Hub, agro-cluster, and industrial center will make Grozny a city of advanced production through which the power of technology will be unleashed. The financial center, governmental and representative town will reveal the potential of Grozny as a business center for interaction with the Muslim world. Such projects as the tourist complex on the Grozny Sea, Expo, Ethnomir, cultural access, the embankment of the Sunja River and Green Ring will attract more tourists from all over the world. Major housing and transportation projects will make Grozny as comfortable as possible to work and live, and the power of time will be reflected in this. Interaction of projects will ensure synergy and additional investment potential of all master plan projects. Each of them contributes to the development of the city.
The development of Grozny is to strengthen the city center by connecting priority areas plot 1, 2, and 3 through a unified project. This connection is achieved through a creation of a big green ring called the Heart of Grozny. The ring serves as an actual pedestrian route that visits various landmarks in the city, including the Mosque of the Heart of Chechnya, Ahmad Tower, Berkat Bazaar, planned Islamic Financial Center, Cultural Access, Creative Cluster, and the Central Park. This initiative aims to provide a range of functions and create diverse opportunities for work and recreation for the citizens. It serves as both an object to be seen and a platform to see through. The Heart of Grozny Green Ring is the flagship project within our master plan, presenting a new image of the city.
By the year of 35, Grozny will launch new projects like fuel cells and batteries of UAVs, domestic power for aircraft, Chechen halal certificate, and Muslim bus with separate fare for women and men. 524 billion rubles of investments will be attracted, 50,000 jobs created. Tourist flow will increase to 1.5 million people. As a result of attracting investments, the structure of the economy is changing. The most significant growth is observed in the segments of education, science, healthcare, and culture. The population of Grozny will increase by 102,000 people by the year of 2035 due to natural and migratory growth. The implementation of the master plan will attract talents from the entire Chechen Republic, other regions of Russia, and the world. For all areas, we have defined conditions for their implementation, competitive advantages, and target indicators. We took into account potential risks and thought through measures to minimize them. For this purpose, it is important to create attractive conditions for highly qualified specialists and investors, strengthen work with the systems of preferences and support measures, organize events in the sphere of important import substitution and international business cooperation with Muslim countries, popularize the image of Grozny worldwide, reduce administrative barriers, establish a work group to implement the master plan, including representatives of the administration, the Doma REF, and project developers. A unique brand is the key to long-term success in today's marketplace. Based on the philosophy of our master plan, we developed the Grozny brand Ahmat Power. And we are happy to present our brand now in the form of finished products. And after the presentation, we'll present you the gifts to remember this brand which works for the city. Section 3, concept of space or special development. Within the Grozny agglomeration, Grozny will become not only an administrative center, but also educational, financial, technological, religious, and cultural center. In our concept, we position Argun as an industrial satellite city of Grozny. We propose to expand the administrative boundaries of Grozny to better implement the master plan. We have developed functional zoning proposals and identified areas suitable for development after 2035. Master plan projects will create 50,000 new jobs and change the employment patterns. Completion of the construction of an international airport and the construction of a logistic hub in a special economic zone will strengthen Grozny's position in the global transportation system. As part of the development of transportation infrastructure, we propose the construction of 70 kilometers bypass route. This will require approximately 6.3 billion rubles. Taking transit traffic out of the city will normalize average traffic speed, reduce travel time, and improve the environment. To develop the street and road network, we propose construction of new streets and reconstruction of existing ones. This will improve the interconnectivity of individual neighborhoods and will launch new ground transportation routes. We have proposed a range of smart city solutions that achieve quick wins in transportation development. Developed proposals for the development of the engineering infrastructure for each type of network.
We are proposing the use of smart city tools that will help to reduce energy consumption and wear and tear of networks. As part of the development of social sphere by 2035, 23 schools, 35 kindergartens, 13 medical facilities, and 32 cultural and leisure facilities will be added. According to our proposal, the backbone of the environmental framework of Grozny would be Sunzha River embankment, as well as the Green Ring, called the heart of Grozny. For the development of tourism, we propose to create a number of facilities that would become venues for some 100 events. We have put together the calendar of events, and we have broken them down to different levels. International events such as Drone Festival, Ahmad Race Eurasia Championship at Fortress Grozny site. Talents from all over the world take part in them. For example, Chechen agricultural gifts foresees promotion of respective culture and traditions at a Russian level, regional scale. Day of Jigit, the warrior ethno festival, is focused on attracting residents to the Republic capital. Municipal events such as the Day of the Elderly and honoring fathers will diversify the leisure time of citizens and help the younger generation to adopt the skills and experiences of the elders. Grozny will be rightly considered the cultural capital of Russia. We have flowed through various hiking trails to include the respective activity levels and routes. And for the residents, we have diversified various routes of work and leisure days. The fourth section are events to assure smart city development. We have analyzed regulations and standards for the development of smart cities and chose 5 priority areas based on what's already working. These are housing and utility sector, innovation for the urban environment, urban public transportation, environmental safety systems, as well as the 5th one, tourism service and social security. For each of these, we have prepared various proposals, describe qualitative effects of their implementation, give indicators assessing projected performance by year 2035 compared to current, estimated the cost of re-implementation, provided a description of funding mechanisms and schemes, a set of proposed measures will ensure Grozny savings of at least 1.5% of all expenditures, annual budget revenue of at least 2.2 billion rubles through monetization of city services, more than 86% degree of digitalization of all spheres of the city's economy. economy and increase in and improvement in the position of city IQ index. This section, financial economic model for the effective implementation of the master plan, we propose an organizational model for interdepartmental interaction involving the executive authorities of Chechen Republic. In Grozny, here you see the renovated Grozny proposed project. Master plan implementation is envisaged in 3 steps. We have prioritized sequence the construction of facilities to create the necessary conditions for the following stages. In the coming 4 years, you will see our quick wins. We have the negotiated with investors about participation in specific projects, timing and implementation mechanisms. Co-investors into SciTech Center as well as BUS SciTech project will subsequently lead to new investment projects in the industrial type special economic zones, 10K projects, distribution priorities of the city and the republic, a clear understanding of technical economic indicators by lot and individual projects. 7.3 million square meters of real estate will be built, 3.6 of which is housing. Budgetary private investments, about 20 billion investments from regional budgets, and 60 will give a total 60 billion budgetary effect. We have broken down by sources, understanding of the structure by breakdown in both federal and regional money participation. Investment attractiveness of the master plan has been calculated. IRR is to be 106 billion rubles, 97 first stage. The budgetary effect would amount to 121 billion rubles, 67 first stage. Thus, half of the budgetary effects would be seen immediately. Positive effects at all levels. Grozny will turn into international federal center of safety technologies, education center of our focuses, as well as lead to the increase in wages of the population. Key effects are population growth, especially students, increase in tourist visitors, number of startups launched, jobs created, improved quality of life and urban environment. 3.6 million square meters of housing will be commissioned evenly. Efficiency is ensured by a high proportion of multi-family units. In greater number of those families in the same land plots, 6 to 27 times faster. Muslim apartment buildings concept is based on the tradition of Chechen families to be settling together. Structure seems the possibility of combining several apartments, different generations, with the core becoming common space for family communication. Let's take a look at stages of implementation of the master plan in 2024-2027. Priority projects being launched that can assure quick wins and investments into the following stages, such as UAV, SciTech Center, Airport, Agro Cluster, Bazaar, Creative Cluster, and others. Implementation of this will generate 97 billion net present value and 20,000 jobs. The second phase, the present value will be 11 billion, but provides the complex of qualitative effects. The third stage would not have payback period until 2035, but would launch projects that will develop later with generating revenues of 16 rubles. And the final proposal is the proposals on the tariff
is to become the central element of Green Ring, heart of Grozny. This site is located in the very center of the city, but it is not connected to surrounding area. So the task of the Green Ring is to connect them together. After reconstruction, the main activities on this plot include an Islamic financial center, a cultural axis, a central park, and a residential complex, Arab Quarter. The cultural axis serves as an extension of the pedestrian route from the heart of Chechnya Mosque through Asembov Boulevard to the Glory Memorial Complex. The cultural axis is a linear park in which iconic objects are freely scattered. Peace Museum, Islamic Center and Mosque, Islamic Fashion Center, Cinema Complex, Planetarium, and Circus. The Islamic Financial Center consists of a business center, National Bank, Mosque, Congress Center, and Hotel Complex. In addition, educational buildings for institutes of economics and management, institution Islamic culture and students' dormitories will also be included. The Arab Quarter residential complex is divided into two parts, northern and southern. The northern part takes into account previously developed proposals, while the southern part is designed as an independent neighborhood with all necessary infrastructure and social amenities. This neighborhood comprises a collection of central courtyards that organize the placement of different blocks. In other words, the location of this section between the cultural axis and Central Park allows for the characteristics of these sectors to permeate the residential zone, creating an enjoyable living environment. The total build-up area of the plot will be 1.5 million square meters with a payback period of 12 years and an internal rate of return of 7%.
Следующий проект – преображение центральной части города. Его основными задачами
The following project is the transformation of the central part of the city. Its main tasks are creating these leisure places for citizens and increase of attractiveness for the visitors of the city. The renewed spaces of Ahmad Haji Kadarov Square, Flower Park, Ahmad Tower, Tolstoy Square are connected by a single pedestrian route. New central attraction will be sports, tourist, and youth centers. One of the interesting solutions will be the relaunch of Berkat Bazaar. The renewed Berkat Bazaar will become part of the heart of Grozny Green Ring as a bead on the necklace. There will be a mosque in the center, narrow streets going different ways with commercial pavilions. The transformation of Haji Kadirov Square is part of the quick wins. In a year's time, citizens will already be spending more time here. You would complement this square by fountains, pergolas, playgrounds, so that any resident would find something to do and enjoy here. On Putin Avenue, we propose a unified design code, remove the visual noise, to organize proper facades of buildings, and the developed brand of ours is proposed to be interwoven into the exterior of the city. The total amount of development would be 600,000 meters, payback period of 5 years, and rate of return of 31%. Priority project number 3 is a continuation of the heart of Grozny Green Ring. Landscape Circle Boulevard will break down the segment by functions, and the internal part of the ring creative cluster will be located, whilst outside Sunja River residential complex. The site is located near to Sunja River. We propose a new tributary from the river and bring it into the residential complex. It has a number of advantages. First of all, landscape embankment along the water, source of coolness in hot months, as well as moisturizing and purifying the air. We have developed 3 unique residential morphotypes combining modern trends and traditional Chechen lifestyle. New houses are responding to all the needs of local residents. A closed inner courtyard protecting the privacy of private living, penthouses an alternative to residential development, and private gardens and terraces and balconies. Creative cluster will give new life to various arts and crafts, creative workshops, interactive museum talking about Chechen customs and histories, and studios co-working, exhibit spaces, the renovate English castle will all be the main building in the creative cluster. Total amount of development will amount to 1.2 million square meters, payback period of 8 years, and the internal rate of return of 7%.
The next project in our master plan is the 3 generations residential complex, designed to fulfill the desire of Chechens to live in private houses. We drew inspiration from the residential development in the village of Hoy, incorporating stone masonry, flat roofs, and pergolas into our architectural concept. We are shaping the modern image for Chechen private houses. Here, residents will have all necessary amenities within walking distance, including grocery stores and leisure facilities. We paid special attention to the green framework which runs inside the residential areas and separating it from the roadway. These are the green boulevards that divide the residential development into groups of houses suitable for multi-generational families. We offer three morphotypes of housing depending on the different purchasing power: city villas, private houses, and townhouses. Overall, the total development area will be 211,000 square meters with a payback period of 12 years and an internal rate of return of 61%.
Идем дальше. Туристический комплекс на Грозненском море.
Let's keep on moving. A tourist complex at the Grozny Sea is our interpretation for the facets of Christianity. For each zone is a nod, reminding about the origins of Islam or obligatory scripture, and national ornaments. The project consists of 5 zones of different types of illustration. Qatar Center translated from Chechen is reflection. It includes Extreme Park, Nature Museum, Greenhouse, and Culture and Tourist Centers, harmoniously inscribed into the hilly terrain, and event plaza at the entrance. And next location is City Bazaar Street that is evolving, transitioning to the waterfront. The business activity spaces are located at the reconstructed saddle baths, first floors of the existing residential buildings. And on the waterfront has various promenades, play areas, and crafts workshops. The group of islands is creating continuous bridge of the greatest islands are connected to the embankment. The smaller islands giving unique visual sights at the Grozny Sea. Crossing the bridge, we are getting into the Grozny Sea panoramic village. And my favorite project is Small Generations, a rehabilitation center for seniors as well as for children with developmental disabilities. It's of temporary state. Oftentimes, kind words and smiles heal better, so we decided to bring all those under the common roof. That way it enriches both generations. Though the elderly don't feel lonely, whilst children are getting attention from the elders. The construction area of 600,000 meters, payback period of 9 years, internal rate of return 4%, more than 4,000 jobs. One of the priority tasks of the government of Czech Republic is the construction of government campus. On the opposite side, we are placing the medical campus. All ministries, various offices, departments will be located on the same territory. That would allow for more rapid decision making. And based on the existing hospital and dispensary, we are developing medical campus consisting of 3 main elements: training cluster, research center, and medical services. Diagnostic center would offer citizens high qualified medical care, whilst rehabilitation center would be in demand by servicemen from all the corners of our country. Medical research center is a platform for inter-regional and international cooperation in the field of medicine. The total construction area is 400,000 square meters. We categorize the government campus to be a budgeted project, whilst the medical campus will be paid back for its within 10 years with internal rate of return 7%. Key project in the area of international cooperation is representative Muslim campus. We called it the Young Moon as a symbol of the growing economic relationships with Middle Eastern countries. The crescent and the lunar calendar are important elements of Islam. In the design of the project, you see we use various phases of the moon to reflect that various functions. It would have expo center, Muslim residential quarter, and ethnic world cultural park. Yangon representative campus or settlement is a place where Middle Eastern partners will be living surrounded by nature as well as people sharing the spirit and lifestyle. Expo Center will become a platform for international festivals and drone races, and the center of the quarter will have a mosque surrounded by a crescent-shaped artificial lake. The total construction area amounting to 650 1,000 square meters with payback period of 12 years and IRR of 7%. Special economic zone is an area with diversity of enterprises responsible for various elements. First of all, it's production of UAV constructive elements, as well as logistics hubs, pharmaceuticals, and other industries. The total development area will be 139,000 square meters, payback period of 5 years, IRR of 65%. Grozny 2035 is a financial and educational center of North Caucasus, therefore intercollegiate inter-university campus is a key project of the master plan. Campus is integrating interdisciplinary learning component as well as innovative research and technology center for unmanned aerial vehicles. And in the Technopark, students will be receiving support at the early stages of their startups to be able to find potential investors. Project effects would lead to the increase of the student body up to 10,000, 100 plus new small companies, including technological ones, more than 5,000 extra jobs, turnover of 1.8 billion rubles per year, IRR of 11%. Thus, we are developing a cluster, Halal Hub and Chichenauta on the basis of existing production facilities and moving reinforced concrete plant from Grozny to Argun. The development of agro-cluster will allow us to increase the volume of shipped products by 4.4 billion rubles and will lead to increased tax contributions by more than 500 million rubles per year. The scale effect of the Halal Hub Industrial Center is higher. Consider the shipped products increase will be 42 billion rubles, tax contribution of 1.4 per year, total development area 122,000 square meters, payback 58 years, IRR of 24%. Main idea of the project is embodied among the image of a family tree. Main trunk along Sheikh Ali Mitayev Road, symbolizing entire Chechen people. Branches represent tukhums, from them goes leaves, the tapes. Existing planning situation is formed by outdated multi-story development, residential housing plus construction. We propose to use renovation tools as wave-based resettlement to completely transform neighborhood structure and densify new development to comfortable 7 to 12 stories. The territory of the development would amount to 900,000 square meters, 21,000 new residents, and about 5,000 jobs. In conclusion, about the project, I'm inspired about embankment of Sunzha River. It's practically not used in the city. We propose to return it to the city and the residents. It will become a new planning axis of the city, the basis of a single ecological framework connecting all districts of the city in the landscaping project. We were looking at specifics of surrounding territories and identified 6 thematic fragments.
It will become an alternative center. It is getting through the center, cozy embankment and cozy waterfront, limited by the visit. It will become the new landmark, and due to our renewed master plan, Sunzha River will become a new visiting card. Thanks to our master plan, Grozny will become an educational and financial center of the North Caucasus and the backbone of Russia. We'll do our best to make it happen. Ahmad is power. Thank you for your presentation. We are moving to Q&A session.
Владимир Викторович, пожалуйста, откройте.
Vladimir, you have the floor. Please open our discussion. Creating such a huge governmental complex, how do you plan to implement the current available buildings downtown? Thank you for your question. We are moving existing buildings to concentrate them in one area and have the alternative center appearing, and it will put together all of their functions in one place. And what will happen with the existing buildings? In one of our lots, we showed our approach. It's a multifunctional approach. It will enable us to let this center to actually it will help us to preserve the work places for the people who have worked there. We have heard about redevelopment of so-called gray belt for industrial areas for residential development, but when you are mentioning how many people could live there, what sort of implementation for employment you can utilize? First of all, it is high-tech industries of low hazardous level. Mostly it will be high-tech, and as for the specialized economic zone and the development of the existing industrial clusters, actually we will expect more new enterprises appearing there. Let me add a little bit. We create industrial zones. It's priority number one, and workplaces are located in Muslim financial center, planetariums, circus, Islamic cultural center, fashion center, and industrial areas that we reorganize will also be dedicated in a great deal. Mostly it will take first and ground floors. Why I have a question regarding the architecture. The key project is this park ring. Of course, theoretically it is very beautiful project. How is it implementable? Because we can understand that the ownership rights are already defined. It's not Moscow, because even there, such experiments are sometimes unimplementable. How do you think will it be possible to really put it into life? Thank you so much for your question. The wonderful situation here. We believe that it is possible to implement such a project in Grozny, because our ring actually puts together three plots in one. So for this particular approach, it will be rearranged. I mean, the ownership will be rearranged, and plotting. Is it financially feasible? Is it calculated in terms of financing of this construction? Yeah, it is already estimated for CapEx and IRR, and from the standpoint of employment, yes, it looks like it is a dotational part of, I mean, yeah, there are federal budget funding, but mostly private investors will put some funds in it. And the route will keep all these plots together. Thank you. You really showed very well the digitalization part. And as a matter of fact, the digital solutions you show, it looks like you have really looked very carefully. And my question is, how did you approach to this decision, and how did you come up with these solutions, and how they influence those infrastructural and social aspects, like in medical facilities, medical healthcare facilities? Will it lead to decreasing the footprint or it will be based on the current norms that will be changing due to implementation of digital technologies? Yes, it is a very interesting question. We first of all were trying to calculate major investments, and then we have taken minor features, and only after that we put the digital layer on top of it. Actually, our calculations confirmed that we were on the right track, and we are dealing with companies that will be in charge of implementing the digital solutions. We imagine that new types of objects will appear due to digitalization, like social objects in particular. So this is an additional added effect. Dear colleagues, will you please comment on the number of square meters of new housing? It is like 500,000 per year. It doesn't seem quite different from what we've got right now, but your population growth is actually leveling at 100,000, and the current current square meters for a citizen is already pretty conservative. How can you explain? Thank you for your question. We have analyzed realistic utilization of new living, and we understand that in current conditions it will not be possible to increase this construction rate really seriously. And also we have considered inter-university campus and business centers for specialists who can live nearby from their employment location, for example. Ali Rauf, please.
I just want to add a small comment/question to what the valuable interventions from my colleague. I see potential in the suggested 22 project, but I just want to get your confirmation. Would you consider the concept of car-free kind of zones, more pedestrian-oriented places? Because in number of your projects, there's a huge potential for creating places for people where a lot of movement between the different community facilities and destinations would be done without the reliance on cars. Thank you.
Спасибо большое за вопрос.
Thank you so much for your question. Of course, we have given all of our projects in the general framework, the basis of which will be Green Ring and Sunja River embankment. And it will contain social buildings and residential buildings, preserving comfortable private life. Mikhail, please. I have another applied question. You have introduced a lot of partnership projects like PPPs and so on. What examples do you have for integration with federal programs and private investment? Yes, we have done different activities. One of the examples, national projects for UAV, which implies creation of scientific and production centers in different regions. We would like to take one of them, which includes all the elements like laboratory base, and we are trying to work this through with one of our private investors to be able to organize such a platform on the Grozny territory. My next question is, actually I got two, but at least one which is very important.
В вашем проекте
How
связь
in your
Грозного с
projects
другими
do
городами
you reflect
республики
the
и
connection
все-таки
of
второй вопрос
Grozny with
обогатит.
other
А уточните
Chechen
длину
cities and
вашего
towns? What is the
охватывающего
length of
кольца,
your
не радиус, а
walk
длину. Ну, из радиуса можно быть
area,
длину.
how to say, walking area path length? In terms of the relationships, I mean the communication between Grozny and Argun, we imply that industrial platforms will create certain infrastructure, new residential housing, and this agglomeration will be expanding even to the point when Grozny territory will grow for the account of Argun. And another thing, we include this Gudrmes Academy. We consider it's additional point for this growth. Another area is tourist and sports track. For this agglomeration, it is also one of the important areas. I would like to also add, we have specifically calculated the scale for this ring, and it will enable us to put together all these plots and let them work all together, and so that it will be also readable in this urban space of the city as a whole. Dear members of the jury, do you have any questions? Any more questions? Yeah, is it 2 kilometers really, or because on this picture it looks like it is longer? The embankment, it's 1.8 kilometers, I think, not more. We will double check and let you know. Vladimir, please. Yeah, you have worked through your project very well, including its correlation with national and federal programs. Do you have any applications in this regard? Do you need to create these applications in a certain way to apply for national projects? Yes, on this slide, previous one. Yeah, of course, we will be forming such applications. Some of them will be made by administration of the cities. Some of them will be done by educational establishments or some businesses separately. Of course, we will be working on this in detail with the region jointly. Yes, we also know that Grozny is able to utilize national projects. We see the fruits of their work vividly shown. Yes, we work closely with the administration, with management, with leadership of the Republic. Please tell us, in terms of international investments, considering the sanction pressure, what kind of international investors do you consider? First of all, we view high technology, security, safety, UAV, software, and we will collaborate with a lot of countries, mostly Muslim countries actually, with which we have good political, diplomatic and economic relations. And we consider that creating such a cooperation, high-tech cooperation, and security. It will lead to strengthening the entrepreneurial activities and international level of the interest from international investors. Yulia, please. I have a standard question. During your priority projects development, did you look at how will it influence on urban planning, urban environment planning? And yes, we were looking at various indexes developed by DOM.RF, and IQ of the cities like 86%. Or sometimes it will reach the quality of the environment. Actually, in Grozny, the quality of urban environment is already pretty high, but there are a few points which we can really improve. Public transportation, for example, and a few others. Every 2 months we visit Grozny, and we really observe how the situation is changing right now. Every day Grozny is almost #1 in terms of rates of the urban environment growth and development. And at the very beginning, you mentioned that the educational center of North Caucasus is very important track for strategic development, but you didn't mention about specialization related to Islamic education, innovations, and so on and so forth. May you say a few words about that? Yeah, educational track will include 3 points. Education proper, scientific, and technological part. And one of these streams is, of course, the implementation of federal experiment on Islamic banking, which influences greatly on halal cluster. It should be provided that it would be acknowledged across the Muslim world in general. Islamic banking and halal production collaboration with Muslim countries will be a very important element in our educational programs development as well. When we offer something, we offer the complex solution. For example, in medical campus, we do not only offer medical services, but scientific and educational part to this. Islamic Financial Center, we've also envisioned educational center for fintech education, and it's always the full-fledged complex, not only practice or theory, all together. As Mr. Stalin said, practice without theory is not working. Thank you.
Not the very best conclusion. Recalling Stalin here territorially. Please open the model for the implementation of the master plan. A brief question, because at the moment we are looking at 2 and more municipalities. Could you please speak about the reason why you are placing the project office at the municipality level and not the region subject level? No answer, because Argun was added later, or do you feel that it is, or would you think that it would be important to move it to a higher level? Believe it is important to be moving this project office to a higher level, simply because the boundaries would have to be enlarged, and by linking it with Argun, that would be important. That's why this project office should be responsible for both of those municipalities. Thank you. Thus, the Q&A session is over. We are thankful to this team for their presentation.
члены жюри, мы завершили с вами
Dear members of the jury, we have completed the in-person presentations of all three international consortia, finalists. Now let's move to discussion. As part of this work, we had two important blocks that are opening. Those the technical expertise and as well as the expert council presentation analysis that has prepared its conclusions. Please close the doors because the team should not be hearing. And before we move to the discussion, it's important to know that our broadcast is closing, finishing at YouTube and RootTube. Thank you very much for attention, dear colleagues. We have seen the amount of comments you were leaving when supporting various teams, and we do hope that you would be joining us tomorrow when we would be announcing the winners. And for